Stand by, everybody.
Pleasant good morning. The Committee on Health, Hospitals and Human Services is now on the record. And I'd like to say a good morning to my esteemed, hard-working colleagues of the 36th Legislature, also to invited testifiers, central staff, the viewing and listening audience. As always, we give thanks to the Most High and blessings to everyone. Before I proceed, I'd like to acknowledge our neighbors in Jamaica who are bracing for a full force Hurricane Melissa. As we meet right now, the Jamaican people are enduring extraordinary hardship and in the days ahead. On behalf of this body and the people of our territory, we extend our deep concern, and we will coordinate with the appropriate agencies to support any regional assistance efforts that may be requested. We are honored to be joined today by the Honorable Bishop Carl Ambrose Richardson, a respected faith leader in our community, a good friend of mine as well, and also a good friend of the Vice Chair of the committee. So, Bishop Richardson, we invite you to offer the opening prayer as we begin today's proceeding.
Good morning, everyone. Could we all stand for a word of prayer? This morning, we'd like to begin our prayer with a reading from the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, verses 34 through 40 in the New King James Version. It says, "Then the king will say to those on his right hand, 'Come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundations of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you come to me.' Then the righteous will answered him, saying, 'Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you a stranger and take you in, or naked and clothed you? Or when did we see you sick or in prison and come to you?' And the king will answer and say to them, 'As surely I say to you, inasmuch as you did it to one of the least of these my brethren, you did it to me.'" Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, we gather today mindful of the great responsibility that you have entrusted to us, to lead with wisdom, compassion, and fairness. As we deliberate on matters that touches the lives of our caregivers and those who serve through our health boards, grant us insight and empathy. May you bless our caregivers, those who give of themselves daily in quiet strength and love. May our decisions honor their sacrifice and support their well-being. May you guide our conversations so that the policies we shape may bring healing, hope, and dignity to all who depend on our healthcare systems. We also pray for our neighbors in Jamaica, that your glorious and divine protection will surround them. May you keep them safe from harm and shelter them in the times of their storms. May you grant us unity in our purpose, clarity in our thoughts, and grace in our speech. May every action we take today serve the common good and reflect your justice and mercy. We ask this in the holy name of your Son, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bishop Carl Ambrose Richardson. I want to take this moment to recognize that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. A reminder to our community that early detection saves lives, and that too many families across our territory have been touched by this dreaded disease, breast cancer. As part of turning awareness into action, I will introduce legislation to appropriate $430,000 to the Charlotte Kinnaman Cancer Institute for the purchase of a 3D mammography digital breast tomosynthesis machine that must be procured immediately. It must be procured immediately, as the Snyder Regional Medical Center current mammography unit is malfunctioning and jeopardizing timely screening capacity. The Charlotte Kinnaman Cancer Center remains on track to reopen in December 2025. This is a key milestone for our community in the recovery and expanding access to life-saving cancer services. We must continue strengthening a healthcare system that makes timely screening and treatment accessible. As you can see on the monitor, we have the type of machine that is being recommended. All Virgin Islanders, no matter their zip code or income, I encourage all residents to speak with their healthcare provider about breast cancer risk and to stay current with recommended mammograms and clinical breast exams. If you have questions about screening or support services, please reach out to your provider or the CKCI for guidance and referrals. Let us use this month as a call to action, supporting survivors, honoring those we've lost, and redoubling our commitment to prevention, education, and equitable care for all. On today, we have two blocks on the agenda. In block one, we will consider bill number 36-0086. Then we will have a brief recess as the 36th legislature has other important matters to address. We will then resume in the afternoon, and block two will receive formal updates from the medical, dental, and psychology boards. So we ask everyone at this time to put your electronic devices on silence. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Hubert L. Fredericks.
Here.
Senator Fredericks present. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Court A. Valley.
Here.
Senator Valley here. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins present. Mr. Chairman, you have seven present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of several other senators. We have Senate President Milton Potter, Secretary Avery Lewis, and also Senator Clifford Joseph. Thank you. Also Senator, no, that's everybody. Marvin Blyden. The next item is Bill number 36-0086, an act amending Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caregivers Leave Act, sponsored by Senator Novell Francis. Mr. Clerk, please read Block 1 into the record.
Block 1. Bill number 36-0086, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caregivers Act, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Invited testifiers, Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. Mr. Troy Schuster, State Director, AARP of the Virgin Islands, and Mrs. Tracy Stewart Sanders, President, Continuum Care Home Health LLC. That concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I've been advised to media that we'll have a slight delay or may have a slight delay with some of the questioning as we're having some internet issues. So our testifiers for Block 1, we have Ms. Cindy Richardson, the Director of Personnel, who is here present in the Earl B. Otley chambers. We also want to do a mic check for Mr. Troy Schuster, State Director for AARP, and Ms. Tracy Stewart Sanders, President, Continuum of Care. So we'll start with a mic check with Director Cindy Richardson.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Troy Schuster.
Yes, good morning. Troy Deshabir Schuster, AARP Virgin Islands.
Good morning, Tracy Sanders, Continuum Care.
Good morning. Okay, good. Also, Ms. Hassel.
Good morning, Florina Dean Hassel, Assistant Director, Division of Personnel.
Okay, good morning to everyone. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Norville Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I join my colleagues in offering a prayer for my brothers and sisters in Jamaica. And, this storm is no joke. So please heed all of the warnings and advice that have been given by your leaders there. Bill number 36-0086 is an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caregivers Leave Act. As a freshman senator in the 31st legislature, I joined my colleagues, then Senator Kurt Vielle, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Tregenza Roach, Senator Janet Millen Young, and Senator Narita Rivera Riley and Justin Harrigan to bring Bill number 31-0327, now Act 7870, which enacted the Virgin Islands Caregiver Advice Record and Enabling Act to the floor. This bill was subsequently vetoed by then Governor Amap before being overridden by my colleagues and I because we knew how important it is to support our caregivers. In the 9 years since this bill was passed, it has become even more important to support our caregivers. Some of our colleagues and co-workers are caregivers themselves, taking care of their parents, children, or dependent adults with special needs. The reality is, at some point, each of us will become a caregiver. Caregiving is a full-time job that you do in addition to your full-time job. Rosalind Carter, the former First Lady, described and said that there are only 4 kinds of people in the world. Those who have been caregivers, those who currently are caregivers, those who will need caregiving, and those who will be caregivers themselves. Bill number 36-0086 creates a structure for eligible persons to utilize the caregivers program. 1, it defines serious illness. 2, it expands the definition of caregivers from someone who provides aftercare assistance to the patient recently released from the hospital who is living in his or her residence to the primary caregiver of a seriously ill spouse, child, parent, or any other individual who is the legal dependent of that employee or who will be entrusted with the care of an elder person or a dependent adult. And it extends caregiving leave to employees of the IDC beneficiaries consistent with Title 17, Section 86A, which allows leave to visit with children, teachers, counselors, and other school officials at school. Simply put, if you can provide this group with leave to support their school-age children, it's practical to support leave for them in their caregiving capacity. While this amendment helps us to better support our caregivers, it highlights how we collectively need to do more to support both our caregivers and the people who need care. At the appropriate time, I'll be offering an amendment, amendment number 36-599, which consolidates the definitions of caregiving at the recommendation of the Division of Personnel. I'm not a member of this committee, but I do ask my colleagues to support this measure moving forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Novell Francis. So we'll proceed with the testimony. We'll start with Cindy Richardson on St. Thomas, and then we'll proceed to Troy Schuster on St. Croix will be second. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Ray Fonseca, Chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services, committee members, non-committee members, the listening and viewing audience. My name is Cindy L. Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel. Accompanying me here today on St. Croix is Ms. Florine Audine Hassel, Assistant Director. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and offer testimony on Bill number 36-0086, proposed by Senator Novell Francis, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, known as the Caregivers Leave Act. The Division of Personnel fully supports the intent of this proposal. We recognize the importance of providing caregiver leave as a means of supporting employees who must care for their loved ones. Establishing this form of leave acknowledges the evolving needs of the modern workforce and helps promote workforce retention, morale, and family well-being. The division has already begun drafting rules and regulations and preparing to disseminate informational guidance to the Government of the Virgin Islands employees regarding their entitlement to caregiver leave under the existing statute, Title III VI Code 590B. In addition to statutory authority under Title III VI Code 590B, Section 590B, it is important to highlight that the Government of the Virgin Islands also recognizes caregiver responsibilities as a valid basis for leave through the Donated Leave Program established under Title III VI Code Section 583B. Within the requirements of the law, this program allows eligible government employees who are the primary caregiver of a seriously ill spouse, child, parent, or anyone who is their legal dependent to receive donated leave from fellow employees. These efforts reflect our commitment to ensuring that employees understand and can properly exercise this benefit. In this regard, the proposed amendment is timely and welcomed. It helps to clarify the legislative intent and address areas that require additional specificity to support consistent application across agencies. The proposed amendment, as refined through discussions with the bill sponsor, improves the statute in two key ways. One, clarifying scope and administrative authority. The revised version confines coverage to employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands, including autonomous and semi-autonomous agencies, which is consistent with the Director of Personnel's statutory authority under Title III, Chapter 25. This clarification ensures that the provision can be effectively administered under existing structures and prevents jurisdictional conflicts. Two, expanding the definition of a caregiver. The amendment appropriately integrates language to extend caregiver coverage to employees caring for elderly or dependent adults by incorporating this category directly into the main definition, which in subsection B. This change aligns the law with the realities of caregiving in the community and promotes inclusiveness. The Division of Personnel commends Senator Francis for engaging in constructive dialogue to ensure the final amendment aligns with the statutory intent, administrative authority, and best practices in workforce policy. The proposed structure now provides clear eligibility standards, recognizes modern caregiving needs, and ensures enforceability under the purview of the Division of Personnel. Conclusion, we appreciate the legislature's continued commitment to supporting the well-being of the Virgin Islands workforce. The clarified amendment to Title III VI Code Section 590B will ensure the caregiver leave is applied consistently, administered effectively, and reflective of the government's duty to care for its employees. The Division of Personnel stands ready to provide any technical assistance needed to support the implementation and rollout of this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. Director Troy Schuster, you may proceed. State Director, AARP.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Fonseca and members of this committee, I'm Troy Deshabert Schuster, AARP's State Director in the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunities to submit testimony on behalf of AARP Virgin Islands in strong support of Bill number 36-0086, the Caregivers Leave Act Amendment. On behalf of AARP, representing more than 100 million Americans aged 50 and older, including over 22,000 right here in the Virgin Islands. AARP is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with a mission to empower people to choose how they live as they age. We advocate for policies that promote the well-being of older adults, strengthen families, and support caregivers, the backbone of our communities. Bill number 36-0086 aligns directly with this mission. It provides 4 hours per month of paid leave for government employees to attend to essential caregiving duties. This legislation is both compassionate and practical, addressing one of the most urgent social and workforce challenges of our time. In reviewing this legislation, AARP engaged in consultation with community and professional partners, including the Society for Human Resource Management Virgin Islands, otherwise known as SchusterDirector, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sororities Mu Gamma Omega Chapter, retired and current government of the Virgin Islands employees, and local business owners. Their collective experience informed our position and strengthened the bill's framework, ensuring that it reflects the realities faced by both caregivers and employers across the territory, although this bill pertains only to government employees. As State Director, and as someone who personally served as the primary caregiver for my late mother, Mrs. Rita Deshabert Schuster, I understand both the emotional challenges and responsibilities faced by working caregivers. For almost 12 years, I began each day at dawn preparing her meals and medications while fulfilling my professional responsibilities, then returning home to provide care throughout the evening. Each day brought a level of responsibility and devotion that required precision, patience, and unwavering love. To care for my mother as she once did for me was humbling and deeply affirming what unconditional love means. It became the most sacred duty to take care of the loved one who cared so deeply for me and my siblings. That experience shaped my understanding of why policies such as Bill number 36-0086 are not only compassionate, but also essential. Caregiving is not simply a personal obligation, it is a community responsibility that embodies our saying, one full a basket, when we all work together. The need for caregiver support in the Virgin Islands is paramount as our territory ages. Nearly 1 in 4 Virgin Islanders are over the age of 60, according to the 2020 census. And that number continues to grow each year. We are living longer, but not necessarily healthier, and families are increasingly managing more complex medical needs, like Alzheimer's care. The need for more caregivers is imminent as the population ages. Nationally, AARP and the National Alliance for Caregiving report that 63 million Americans, approximately 1 in 5 adults, serves as a family caregiver, often while maintaining full-time employment. AARP's 2023 publication entitled Valuing the Invaluable underscores that these caregivers provide an estimated $600 billion in unpaid labor each year, equivalent to nearly 3 times the Medicaid budget. Yet only about 27% of U.S. workers have access to paid family leave benefits. These statistics represent our neighbors, colleagues, and family members. The provisions of Bill 36-0086 are not only morally important, but also an economic strategy that benefits employers. AARP research shows that workers who have access to caregiver leave report greater loyalty, reduced stress, and improved productivity, resulting in a decrease in turnover costs. By adopting this measure, the Virgin Islands government would model forward-thinking, responsible workforce policy for both the public and hopefully eventually the private sectors. While AARP strongly supports this measure, we equally advocate for including safeguards against fraud and abuse within the bill. Regarding proof of caregiving responsibilities within a reasonable time frame, such as 5 or more working days when permittable. Additionally, defining the benefit as non-accrual, meaning it cannot be accumulated, balances support for caregivers without compromising the operations of the government of the Virgin Islands. While Bill number 36-0086 currently applies to government employees, AARP encourages this body in the future to consider similar provisions for private sector workers. As in many states, offering tax incentives could encourage Virgin Islands businesses to voluntarily establish caregiver leave programs. Supporting working caregivers is not only the right thing to do, it is sound business policy that promotes retention and productivity. Senators, this amendment is right for the Virgin Islands. Bill number 36-0086 will help working Virgin Islanders and their families support government operations and benefit workers and the economy, thereby helping family caregivers remain in their jobs. We urge you to vote in favor of Bill 36-0086 by honoring those Virgin Islanders who labor and love as caregivers. AARP thanks this body, particularly Senator Novell E. Francis, for responding to our call to introduce this measure. We stand ready to work with this body, the Division of Personnel, and local business owners to administer these benefits and explore other initiatives that support working family caregivers across the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, AARP State Director Troy Schuster. Next, we'll receive testimony from Ms. Tracy Stewart, the President of Continuum of Care Home Health, LLC. Tracy Sanders, I'm sorry. Tracy Stewart Sanders, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for the invitation to testify today. My name is Tracy Sanders. My husband, Dr. Herbert Sanders, and I have been full-time residents since 1995. Together, we founded Continuum Care Hospice in 2000. We were the first Medicare-certified hospice in the territory. Currently, we provide home hospice care on all 4 islands and have maintained continuous Medicare certification. In 2016, we opened Continuum Care Home Health, LLC. Here we provide home care and durable medical equipment. We also provide personal care assistance through the Department of Human Services Medicaid program. PCA, or personal care attendants, provide care to seniors in their home, focusing on assistance with activities of daily living, or what we call ADLs. The goal of the program is to keep seniors in their homes and prevent unnecessary hospitalization. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on the topic of caregivers. A caregiver is a most difficult job. It is 24/7, comes with little training, and requires continuous flexibility and commitment. Caregiver is described as someone who provides assistance in meeting the daily needs of another person. Responsibilities may range from bathing, dressing, feeding, transportation, grocery shopping, housework, managing incontinence, assisting with mobility, preparing meals, dispensing medications, and communicating with medical staff, oftentimes trying to work complex medical equipment. Caregivers can be paid and who have the training and education in providing care. This may include services from home health agencies or other trained professionals. Family caregivers provide care usually without being paid, without training, and is best described as on-the-job training without any formal instruction. Serious illness is a health condition that carries a substantial, considerable risk of mortality and either negatively impacts a person's daily function or quality of life or excessively strains their caregivers. As an employer, I can attest to the difficulty of hiring competent and dependable caregivers. Many applicants do not possess the required skill set or reliable transportation to manage the most vulnerable in our community, our aging seniors. Most families do not have the financial resources to purchase these services out of pocket, so the burden falls on the family. Even within the family, caregiving usually falls on the shoulders of one designated person. Most often, the designated family caregiver is thrown into a world that they never expected and are forced into a medical information quandary. I see an especially important component of providing paid leave for caregivers is to accompany their loved ones to medical appointments. The family caregiver needs to be able to be informed of updates and changes in their medical condition, changes to medication, and receive education from the practitioner. This cannot and should not be assigned to a hired caregiver or transport person when essential information and a medical appointment must be transferred directly to the family. It is our recommendation that the caregiver be designated as a family member of the immediate family or next of kin, and that the selection is based on the consensus of the family. Only one individual serves as a designated caregiver at any one time. Having one family caregiver will afford the continuity of care that will be essential for care coordination. Although this is being developed for government employees, it can be open to private businesses to follow suit. With funds being a premium for private businesses, perhaps other incentives could be analyzed, such as a tax incentive. As our community ages, we need to look at how we can support our family caregivers. Of course, with any new program, funding will be a central consideration. We must establish clear safeguards and verification methods to ensure this program is used honestly and achieves measurable results. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy Saunders, President, Continuum of Care, LLC. You know, I'd like to congratulate the bill sponsor. I too have signed on to this bill. You know, the caregivers, I think sometimes it hits some of us personally. I know when my mom was, you know, had dementia, I was her caregiver, and it's very demanding. And there's a good definition here. If someone doesn't know exactly what it is, I'll repeat what Ms. Saunders just said. It's providing assistance for a person in meeting the daily needs. The responsibilities could range from giving them a bath, dressing, feeding, transportation, grocery shopping, housework, you know, managing incontinence, you know, assisting with mobility, etc., preparing meals, giving medication, and also taking them to and from their medical appointments, etc. So it's a very, very important function. Colleagues, we're going to go to a round of 4 minutes, and we're going to start with Senator Fredericks. Then will be Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senate Majority Leader Kurt Vaillet, Secretary Avery Lewis, Senator Clifford Joseph, President Potter, Senator Blyden, and Rules Chair Carla Joseph. Yes, and I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Rules Chair, the Honorable Senator Carla Joseph. Welcome to the meeting, Senator Joseph. So we'll proceed right away. Senator Fredericks, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, testifiers, my office and central staff. A pleasant, beautiful morning, USVI. This particular subject matter is very dear to me. I was having a discussion with the bill sponsor about the actual time being increased from 2 hours to 4. My question was, maybe we should have added even more time because this is such a critical issue. And this discussion should have been had a long time ago, but nothing happens before its time. I'm glad to have Director Richardson here to provide some insight as to how did we get to this point today. I know for a fact this has been in play for a while, as the bill sponsor indicated. So what brought us here today?
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel. I would have to say it was already in the law, and it's realizing that that has been stated that caregiving is a full-time job. So the additional 2 hours is just something that, adds merit to the already existing law. It complements what we already have in place from a donated leave perspective, that I think donated leave really helps individuals who may experience certain onset of a diagnosis that they're unable to deal with right away, get themselves established, and the Caregiver Leave Act actually helps them now to maintain their roles and responsibilities as a caregiver moving forward.
One of the biggest challenges I have, given that I have a parent that's suffering with a debilitating illness too, is just going to the doctor's office. It takes more than 4 hours to take them. So that's why I was inquiring as to, why 4, maybe more, because that's just one visit, and I have to go a few times a month sometimes. So it's a good start. And it's something that we should definitely consider. If it needs to go up, let it go up. But our employees, especially given our population is aging, we definitely need to start paying more attention to situations like these. This is exceptionally important to us as a community. We got to take care of our elders. At some point, all of us here will become elders. And we would like the same reciprocated to us too. So this is not just, having a discussion about increasing leave just to increase leave, but it's a necessity, and it's uncompensated for the most part. So if we could add in, a little compensation while you're doing it, I think our employees would be very appreciative, and it shows compassion as a community. So a question I have for Ms. Sanders. How you doing?
Thank you. Good morning.
In your experience, because I know you deal with a lot of end-of-life care, what do you think in terms of time? What do you think at average time a person would need monthly for someone going through hardship where they've got someone facing end of life? How much time do you think monthly they would use or need to use on average?
As we've said, it's a full-time job. That's why any attempt we can to pass this bill will be a step in the right direction. We do have the Family Medical Leave Act, but that is sometimes very limited. But when anyone, not just at end of life, but in critical, non-life-threatening situations that happen where someone needs a caregiver, the hours can be 24/7.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schuster, Troy Schuster,
One
if
minute.
you would, can you give me your experience in terms of working as a chair with AARP over the last years? I know you advocate for this particular type of legislation, and thank you for introducing it to the bill sponsor. What's the outcome that you're looking for?
Well, definitely more support for family caregivers. As we know, it is a full-time job, and when one has to go on FMLA, that's a cumbersome process, and then you have to be out for a certain period of time, etc. But when it comes to the daily caregiving activities, or as you mentioned, taking a parent or a loved one to the doctor's office, it's really important to have that time available and paid, compensated time, right? So that you're not decreasing your income, especially as there is inflation. AARP, we always practice what we preach. And in AARP, each employee has 80 hours per year. This particular legislation gives 48. But in AARP, we get 80 hours per year, and we can use that as we see fit. Sometimes it may be more than 4 hours a month. Some months may be no need to take any caregiving leave. But we see that this is really super important for our family caregivers in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. And again, my condolences to you and your family. Your mom was a beautiful person, love her to death, and I understand what you're going through, or what you went through. So my condolences. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fredericks. Quick question for Director Richardson. So, right now, the law allows eligible government employees who are the primary caregiver of a seriously ill spouse, child, parent, or anyone who is a legal dependent to receive donated leave. This expands the definition of the caregiver, and it also now includes this category directly into the main definition of the subsection. So it changes the law. So if you're a caregiver for a close friend, how would that affect you?
A close friend is a little bit different. We're right now going based on what we have in front of us. It's kind of hard to do a close friend. We kind of want to keep it to a family member, or as was stated, you have to show that you've been a designated caregiver for this act.
Okay, so if you're a close friend, you'd have to get some formal document to qualify a power of attorney?
You would need a medical power of attorney. You would have to have some, as was indicated before, some sort of, if you're designated by the family, some sort of written document proving that you've been selected as the caregiver.
Okay, good. So you hear that? So if you're a caregiver and the person in your family, you need to get a power of attorney done up and take it to the Division of Personnel, and then you'd qualify to get the leave. That break it down. Well, Sir Pooper. Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Oh, yes, I'd like to, Senator, excuse me 1 second. I'd like to recognize the presence of our Honorable Vice President Kenneth Gittins over on St. Croix in the chambers there. You may proceed, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good day to my colleagues, the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I really don't have much questions because I had an opportunity to not only review this piece of legislation, and I am 100% in full support of it. Having had to deal with situations with my own family members that have had to be caregivers, even at the dealing with end of life, this is something that me and my family have had to deal with directly. And I know the importance of making sure that that person has the time off. Not even just the time off, also dealing with their mental health and wellness. I remember I had a situation where one of my siblings that took care of a grandparent for several years, and I knew the struggle they were going through. They lived on a separate island, and it was difficult even to get some family members to really help. And that is something we also have to really pay attention to, because some of these people are burning out. They really are. And sometimes when you have family members that are not willing to chime in and pitch in, that also lends to some of the reason why sometimes a lot of the burden might fall on one or two family members and relatives. And it's really, really hard. When I was dealing with that particular situation, I remember I got a phone call, and I was at work at the legislature in the computer department, and I got a phone call, and it was my sister, and she had completely broken down. When I tell you, she was crying, and she kept saying, "Ali, they won't help me. I'm trying to take care of him. I've been doing it for years. They won't help me." She had to do was say less. I remember the day I got up, I told my supervisor, I have to go. I left the legislature, went straight down to the waterfront dock, caught a boat, went to Tortola, and I shut the madness down. Because you have to, as a family, I know sometimes it's difficult to get care here, but it's also a thing to make sure sometimes we all have to step in and do our part to make sure our family and friends are taken care of, especially our relatives. And I went to the government. I got a listing of potential nurses that could assist with helping with the grandparent, to see what we could do to just give my sister a little break. And it was that simple. And the most ironic thing is I got into a debate, not with the grandchildren. His own children were upset that we were trying to hire a nurse because they decided that is their inheritance that they're going to be spending. And I didn't understand the conversation I was having. But there's a lot of dynamics that happen around care of the elderly, care of people that need assistance, care with people with disabilities. There's a lot. And I only encourage people that please give people the opportunity. Yes, we love them to get the break, but also pay attention to their mental health and wellness, because that is also so important. So I don't know if I heard time. I just heard somebody say, I think she said 1 minute. But these different dynamics play such a huge role, and I am so appreciative that this law piece of legislation came forward, because those that are out here dealing with this, they understand what is happening. And if this is just a small little step forward to helping them, I support it 1,000%. So thank you very much to the sponsor for really amending this section in the code and bringing this and adding this additionally to the law. And I look forward to passing it and supporting it. And my vote is definitely a yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heilega. I want to follow up on that point, because I got a phone call from a lady, a good friend. She lives out in Nututu. She's been taking care of her mother, and she's kind of distraught because her family members, have kind of like called elderly abuse, off-island family members, elderly abuse, claim that she's financially, doing this and that. I know those things exist, but sometimes when you have kids and just one children and one of them are here, that one potentially is going to be the caregiver. So it's a real stressful situation sometimes when you're taking care of your family. You're the only one here, and then the other siblings, relatives, etc., try to pressure you with all of the structural things. So, congratulations and hats off to the caregivers. We continue to support you, and this bill will definitely provide more assistance. Senator Kurt Vele, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. In reference to your comments, Mr. Chair, it is always those who are not here that know exactly what you're supposed to do while you're here. And that really bothers me. But that's the reality of the situation that we live. And when you transfer those responsibility to those who are not here for 1 week, they're sending it right back to you because they're stressed and overwhelmed and they can't deal with it. Okay? This is a big issue, this Caregivers Act. I mean, something I needed, definitely. I am in support of it. I read it and just so much different thoughts going through my head in reference to how can we really make it stronger. What can we do to make sure that we're able to take care of those that depend on our time and service on a regular basis. And I live this every day. My father is 96 years old. Okay, and I am his caregiver. My father-in-law is 90 years old, and my wife is his caregiver. And it consumes you. So I was just talking to Chief of Staff for Senator Francis, and I was saying, sometimes in 4 hours could be just to get yourself together. It's not even to carry somebody to the doctor. It's just to clear your head. I just need 4 hours, no work, no nothing. Just give me 4 hours. Let me read a book. Let me just go on a tree on a beach or do something. I just need to clear my head. But the challenge that or the issue that I was just discussing with the sponsor was, how do we verify that the person is a caregiver? The language states what's a caregiver, somebody that's taking care of somebody that's elderly, ill, blah, blah, blah. But how do we verify that? And I don't have the answer. I honestly don't. But how do you verify that? Because we know you have bad players who would have a senior, and they don't do one thing with a senior, but they claiming caregivers hours every single month. Mm-hmm. Because good point. If they could be embezzling, the individuals embezzling from their own or spending their money, much less 4 hours of time. Mm-hmm. So colleagues, I'm asking, can we brainstorm to see exactly what can we do? I mean, we know that if somebody's seriously ill, then you have documentation from the doctor. But the bill says the primary caregiver of a seriously ill spouse, child, parent, or any individual who is a legal dependent of that employee. And there's so much more, because it could just be elderly. They're not seriously ill, but they're just older. There's nothing medically wrong with them, but they're no longer able to do all the stuff that they did before. They're no longer able to cook, clean up, do basic stuff. And sometimes being a caregiver is just sitting with your parent for 2 hours and spending time with them every single day, because a lot of us have parents who have lost their wife or their husband or significant other, and you're the only thing they have. I cool out on my father 2 hours every day. I just sit there, we watch horse race, we watch basketball, we cool out. Sometimes silence, but just the comfort of me being there is enough for him. So how do we change this? And with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, Ms.
Yes.
Sponsor the bill. Just 1 second. And this section C, I don't agree with section C, because section C says to be eligible for caregivers leave not more than 48 hours after the absence, the caregiver shall submit proof to the caregiver's employer that the time off was taken in accordance with the criteria set forth in subsection B. And then subsection B speak about the illness, whatever. But I think the caregiver, once we know the person is the caregiver, it need to be, we need to come up with a different mechanism, because it ain't per se that 48, I know my good friend, Continuum care, Ms. Tracy Sanders, said that designated time to carry the person to the doctor, but it could be other stuff. And along with this act being able to help the person that the caregiver service is being given to, this act also needs to help the caregiver. Because caregivers are losing it mentally, emotionally, physically, everything you think about. So if you could just get 4 hours a month to catch yourself, I would definitely, and I think we just need to look at that, and then the further discussion is going to be, you know, what are we going to do in the Virgin Islands? Our population aging, they're living longer. Our age bracket, we all know somebody, we have friends who are taking care of the parents, and we know how hard it is, you know, so what's really next? But I'm in definite support, a very good start, and perhaps as the chair, we need a little symposium and caregiving, and come up with some real deep solutions as to the direction that the Virgin Islands would move in. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. And point of information, Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add, or at least clarify, one of the points that the previous speaker spoke about in regards to the determination of illness, or sometimes the individual may not be ill. Under D2, serious illness means a health condition that carries a high risk of mortality and either negatively impacts a person's daily functioning or quality of life, or excessively strains his or her caregivers. So there's a little catch-all phrase there that kind of capture those instances. And I agree that we have an aging community, and I know that the Director Richardson also came with some data that she'll share with us at some point in respect to that. But, you know, we have here where a significant 21.3% of all population is over the age of 65. And 1.5 of that population is recorded at age 85. 10,000 individuals in America become 65 every single day on a daily basis. So, you know, we do see where we're at. And even with the census back in 2010, in 2020, that increase was 13.5 higher in terms of age 65 compared to 2010. So we see the rapid advancement, significant advancement of our population here in the community. So again, caregiving is no joke. It is something that should be taken seriously, and I agree that a symposium will help us to kind of navigate. There was a similar one done in Washington, D.C. Last year, you know, where it brought thousands and thousands of caregivers, you know, just to be able to discuss and be able to just table tap, you know, some of their experiences and share as a caregiving community what they were experiencing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I definitely agree with the comments the majority chair made, and also the budget chair of that symposium, because Mr. Schuster, I wanted to go to you. You mentioned in your testimony that 1 in 4 Virgin Islands are over 60, and about 22,000 persons in our population are over the age 50. And I think caregivers is even more important, because really in the Virgin Islands, we have a real nice community to live in, you know, when you get elderly, because the weather is beautiful weather, you know, and then, you know, they have beautiful beaches, you know, good, you know, clean quality air and water. So this is a good place to retire. So give us some more information on how AARP looks at it with the population in the Virgin Islands aging.
Oh, well, there's so much to be said about it, but as I was here listening to the senators and listening to my fellow testifiers, one thing that came back to my mind is how family caregivers actually help the government to save money, right? So if we have individuals who are in their homes and need care, but the family is not able to provide the care or able to hire somebody to provide the care, which is much more difficult, I can tell you, it's hard, very, very hard to find good, reliable, honest caregivers to hire and people who will not abuse your loved one. But when we have family caregivers who are supported by their employer, in this case the government of the Virgin Islands, it can help to keep those individuals in their home, thereby reducing the load on institutions like Herbert Gregg on St. Croix and Queen Louise Home on St. Thomas. So we see that family caregivers, once supported, also supports the government and nonprofit organizations as well who strive to provide care in institutions outside of the home. And we also see that there's a much better outcome for people who are being cared for in their own home. They live longer, they are healthier, as healthy as they can be, considering their age and various morbidities and comorbidities, etc. So this will definitely help the government of the Virgin Islands. At first it seems like, wow, why are we giving away more paid leave? Why is this going to be a strain on the government? But ultimately, it's going to be a help for the government. And if you mentioned just now about a wonderful place to retire, so if we're supporting caregivers in various ways, not only through this leave, but let's say we have more supports provided throughout our community for caregivers. Could you imagine if people start moving to the Virgin Islands to retire, like they do to southern Florida, and what an injection that would be to the economy? But again, going along with all of this, we need improved hospitals, healthcare, etc. I can go on and on at length, but I realize that the time is limited. So thank you for the question and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Director Schuster. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. After the bill sponsor spoke and the director gave her testimony, I really was looking forward to her motion. Just keeping it 100 with you today, because I was really sold on it, because I myself have never really been placed in that position. But I have friends that have to care for family members. And some of my friends have to not care just for one parent, but both parents. And in some scenarios, they care for both parents and a sibling for many different reasons. So I do understand the purpose of this bill. Director Richardson, I have a question for you. We expanded the definition of caregiver to include those who care for elderly or dependent adults. Does this call for more administrative staff or additional system on your end to verify additional documentation or anything?
I really don't think so. On my end, what we would be doing is just providing the rules and regs as it pertains to this act, and that would be shared with the various agencies on how to move forward.
So the agency heads would
Correct.
be the one doing all the procurement and everything, right? So I have a question, piggybacking on something that the majority leader was going down the road of. How do we really identify caregivers? Now, like, what does an individual have to do, like, to bring to the employer?
Well, I think that's something that we're going to have to sit down and define and actually try to come up what that would look like. And that would be part of us sitting down, coming up with the guidance to come up with the rules to guide this program.
Because I have some upcoming legislation that I would like to introduce for parents or dependents, parents or guardians who are taking care of children that are diagnosed with some kind of disability or autism or something that way, granting them towards administrative leave. Because they too are being impacted. So I'm just wondering.
They would then fall under this act. They would be then considered a caregiver.
Right. So, but these would be children that are already, or individuals who are already diagnosed by a doctor, right? So
Correct.
my leave is for those who have a scheduled medical appointment, right? But I'm just saying these were individuals that have been diagnosed, but now if I was to, God forbid, have to take care of a parent now, what do I do? I have to bring into my employer to say, hey, because I have other siblings. Do I have to prove that this parent lived with me? Do I have to prove? I don't know. That's why
Yeah,
I'm
there would be
asking,
some
so-
sort of documentation that would be needed, along with some sort of medical certification to move forward with that. One of the things I want to be able to talk about here is the fact of, balancing the type of leaves that we already have. So you have your already accrual of your sick leave, which is at 4 hours per pay week. You also are accruing your annual leave based on your number of years of service. So that could be anywhere from 4, 6, or 8 hours. And then, also back to Senator Frederick's question, why is this also timely, is donated leave follows or mirrors that of FMLA. So if you are an employee, your first year, you can't apply for FMLA, nor do you qualify for donated leave. You have to use your leave. So under this act, you would be getting those 4 hours in addition to during that first year. So I think for your first year employees, I think that's also important to note.
And if my memory serves me correct, donated leave is a one-time thing, right? Per year?
One time per year, yeah.
One time per year.
Yes.
So if you have multiple, well, I don't think we fully define catastrophic as yet, but
It was actually removed.
it was
Yeah.
removed. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do support this. I don't have a vote in this committee, but when it comes to wherever I am at, it has my support. Thank you.
Yes, so, I wanted to discuss the specifics, right? Because at the end of the day, this is basically a liability to the government. So how do you plan to account for this now? Because it's a balance. You mentioned the sick, the annual leave. You're going to, for budgeting purposes, how would you account for this? You would...
We would have to, like I said, once we develop the rules and regs for this, we'd have to develop that, whether it's either administrative leave or we actually establish a specific code at Department of Finance for payroll purposes.
Okay, awesome. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Mike, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audience, staff, central staff. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. It is clear that this bill is needed. It's high time that we look out for caretakers because they are the ones that's always the bad guy. They are the ones that's there no matter what. And I want to give kudos to the sponsor of the bill, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., for bringing this bill forward. An act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caretakers Leave Act. I must say, right, that we do have an aging community, and 4 hours is nothing really to assist individuals in terms of providing a service when it comes to the caregiver. Many times, you need some time to just relax, get away for a second, because I know a situation right now within my family where someone has Alzheimer's, and you have to be there with them 24/7, because not only that they have Alzheimer's, but they disappear, they run away, they do something. You have to keep an eye on them 24/7, and it's stressful. It's a lot of work, and for the caretaker, even if you take 4 hours a month to give them a little break, from that stress and that burden, it helps. And as someone said, it also helps the government as a whole. That's what AARP stated. But in respect to, my colleague spoke to someone with a child with autism, etc. But Continuum of Care testimony spoke to what a caregiver is, and it speaks to caregiver is described as someone who provides assistance in meeting the daily needs of another person. Responsibilities may range from bathing, dressing, feeding, transportation, grocery shopping, housework, managing in non-contents, assisting with mobility, preparing meals, dispensing medicines, and communicating with medical staff. That's a lot. That's a lot of responsibility. So I don't think 4 hours is really much, but at the same time, it's a start, and it's necessary, and it's needed. So again, I really don't have any questions, because most of my colleagues spoke to many of the situations and areas that I would dive into. But nonetheless, I commend the sponsor. I will be signing on, as a matter of fact. Get a very good bill. We do have an aging community, definitely. And I realize that more than ever.
1 minute.
Because when I put forward the summit, it was mostly for young people leaving the territory and assisting those. And what, to my surprise, honestly, the amount of older individuals that came out was an eye-opener for me, despite me knowing. It was an eye-opener because the amount of elder people that came out, that still seniors that came out, that needs assistance. And many of them do not even have their own home. I was shocked to see that, honestly. So we, as a whole, we really need to focus and look at our seniors, our elders, I must say, and see what we can do in that regard, because as a matter of fact, they're the one that paved the way for us. They're the one that had made it possible for many of us to do what we are doing right now. So we must honor them in any way possible, and this bill speaks to that. Again, thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I want to go quickly to Tracy Sanders. So you provide home hospice care on all 4 islands, including Water Island. So tell me how it goes with your interaction with the health, the providers, the home health care. How do you interact with the caregivers?
Caregivers are really the backbone of the care that we provide. When we have a patient that comes onto our program with the patient, if they're able, and the family, we designate a primary caregiver that becomes our focal point for communication, education, so that we make sure that the care plan that we have established under the physician with the rest of our team is followed. We find that when we're able to educate and assist the caregiver, it makes for something much more smooth. We've had caregivers, when we first come out, literally upset. I need this, I'm not a professional, I don't know what I'm doing. And we as healthcare, we underestimate how much we know that we need to be educating our caregivers. Something as simple as a draw sheet and pillows and how to feed them, how to get them in and out of bed. Those are things as care providers we do like water off a duck's back. But for these caregivers, it's a whole new learning cycle. So we have a primary caregiver that we focus on. So we make sure we're able to transfer the education, and it's not automatic. It requires a lot of re-education and reinforcement, and also acknowledging what they're doing and how well they're doing it, so that they feel comfortable when we're not there to be able to provide that care for their loved ones.
Okay, and I want to follow-up question, because you are Medicare certified, right? Your facility?
Yes.
And you know, that Medicare certification is very important, because I notice some of the government facilities don't have that. And of course, that's important in being able to bill and get additional assistance. So do you have a listing? If you can send me through the chair, I'd like to have a listing of the Medicare certified facilities that treat patients that are, the elderly patients, because that's a very important area. It includes reimbursement, because Medicaid does provide the funding, and sometimes we can't always just depend on the VI government. If we can get Medicare certification, then some additional assistance would come in. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I'd like to add, colleagues, even to the bill sponsors, like in the future, I see we have a lot of rehabilitation of a lot of our senior homes now. One direction we really need to start to think about is really assisted living care. Centers and these facilities with assisted living cares. I know a lot of people like to talk about government, but some of these things really need to be public-private partnerships, and I think they'll run a little better. That's just my opinion, and that's why I'm going to root for and champion as a senator, and as an advocate for these individuals, because I just heard one of the senators here to my left the housing guru talked about Alzheimer's. And, you know, we have a lot of folks with Alzheimer's and dementia and different things. These people cannot be alone. They need that 24-hour care. It's not working out with our government doing it alone, so we really need some public-private partnerships in this territory. So the next set of facilities we build, and not just build facilities to say we have assisted living care, but they need to have rehabilitation centers, therapeutic centers, all the wraparound services that goes along with it. And that's what I'm going to champion and advocate for. Thank you.
Senator Vale, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, Ms. Sanders or Continuum Care, they provide a service. They don't actually have a home. They do a wonderful job with the service that they provide. But I know that just about all of those service providers have serious issues in getting qualified individuals to become caregivers that are going to take care of the children the way, I'm an educator, so they take care of the elder population the way that they're supposed to. And we have a lot of people that are going to take advantage. You know, you hire them to provide a service, and as soon as they get comfortable, they begin to attempt to take advantage. And I'm saying this publicly because I want this community to change in the mindset and the perception as to what you're supposed to do when you're a caregiver or when somebody hires you to provide a service. You're supposed to be trying to learn as much as possible. And I don't know if this body is going to need to see if we can provide some funding for caregivers, not to pay them full time, but to train them, you know, CNA training, basic, and then we need to be able to assign. Human Services should have a unit that goes into individual homes. Maybe just 2 hours in one home to bathe and give medication and give the person a break 1 day a week or 2 days a week. But we gotta expand it out.
Yes, yes.
We gotta expand out the service that we're able to provide. Believe me, this is a very, very serious issue facing the Virgin Islands right now. Thousands of elders. Some have nobody to look out for them on a regular basis. And many are being abused financially, mentally, and everything else. So I'm glad that the sponsor brought up this bill because we have a discussion. So hopefully the discussion will lead to some good. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Point of information, Madam Rules Chair, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind all of the members here, we did pass $200 for the Homemakers program in the budget for fiscal year 2000. It's a small amount, but that 200,000 only homemakers, those are the individuals who would come in and give that family that relief. And there is a homemakers, a home care providers program in the Department of Human Services most of the times, and I believe they have a organization as well there. But we did pass just a small amount, just a little drop in the bucket, because this body recognized the great need for this type of service, for those persons to come in periodically to relieve our caregivers. So I just wanted to note that for the record. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, because I know we're on time. But I wanted to say that the Secretary made mention about the public-private partnership, and I wanted to again inform him that as a body, we support under the miscellaneous a lot of these nonprofit organizations that supports, especially through like Lutheran Social Services that support assisted living. We have independent living, seniors housing, and flamboyant gardens. On St. Croix, we have Ebenezer and St. Thomas. Adult with disabilities, we have Bougainvillea Gardens. We have Danish Gardens. We have Kennett Gardens. Assisted adult assisted living, we have Ginger Thomas as well as Yellow Cedar. And again, these are some of the entities that we support as well under our miscellaneous through Lutheran Social Services. So we have already been doing that. I agree that there is more that's needed, and certainly that conversation could be had. But it's not all for at loss. We do contribute and support some of these endeavors. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. And this bill here, it's a unanimous support. You can feel the comments that all the senators, are in fully support, and this is why, the 36th legislature have to be always mindful that we have responsibilities in health, education, hospitals, human services, all these other areas. There's this one agency that we continue to just pour money into all the time, and it's jeopardizing adequate services in other areas. So I know we're going to have a conversation later on with the government, but we have to be mindful that the VI government have limited resources, and this bill, caregivers, human services, hospice care, all of these issues are very important as well. So thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time. Good morning to the listening public. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. And I'm not a part of this committee, but I'm in total support of this bill. I commend the bill sponsor and his staff, because a lot of times we like to reach out to the bill sponsor, but we got to remember they got staff too. And thank you to you and your staff, Senator Francis. One component that I haven't heard anybody spoke about this morning yet is the debt ratio for caretakers. It's maybe between 30–40%. It gets higher, especially when it comes to husband and wife above maybe 69 to 70 years old. And the next point that caretakers take on too is illnesses. Trying to live, trying to move, you yourself as the caretaker end up with some type of injury. So my question for you, Director Richardson, is a part of your policy making, is there a portion, because when we start to speak about caretakers, we're speaking about one individual. So if I'm a family of 3 and all of us are working for the government presently, is it a problem in different departments that individuals could all be qualified for this 4 hours?
Thank you for that question. That's a very good question. I think that is something that we would have to hash out when we're doing the rules and regs for this. While all individuals I could see them all qualifying, I do see them maybe possibly having to take turns. Again, the devil would be in the details as we kind of hash through this and see what kind of guidance we come up to address that issue.
Yes, because I know, looking at it, like I said, for one person, it's overwhelming. Mm-hmm. And when you do have a family that have other, because that's not a major, we live in a small territory, so we could see through the glass that a lot of times, even in families of 10, it's only one person doing everything anyway. But I'm just saying, when you do have families that wants to help, and they're in different departments, because I don't expect if they're in the same department, the 2 of them go get 4 hours at the same time. Correct. Or vice versa, even in a different department, because when one is to work, the other one just might be to work as well, and it'll be my day and not Novel's day today, but I'm just saying. Again, I thank the testifiers for the testimonies. They were helpful, and it's all about, caretaking is all about the LOBE word.
1 minute.
It takes a lot to keep you going. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for my time, and I'll be in support of this when it comes to the rule and judiciary.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senate President Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and a special good morning to our testifiers. absolutely am in support of this bill. I want to extend kudos to the bill sponsor for having the foresight to bring it forward. I know many of us have been in situations where we've served as caregivers, and I was just relating to my colleagues over here that when my mom was really on her last, one of my brothers was the primary caregiver because she lived with him. But we had such an extended family that the burden of him just doing it alone was lifted because we had our schedule and we would drive by. I would have this particular shift, brothers would have another shift. And I remember when she passed, for at least a month or two, it was as though my car was still on autopilot because the car just drove straight by that house every day for about 2 months straight. So I understand and I don't take for granted the fact that we have an extended family, but not everybody has the luxury of having that level of support. So it is something that's really, that's really important. And I want to ask Director Richardson, with regards to the current caregiver bill or statute, how is it being utilized right now? How many government employees currently utilize it? Is there any awareness of it?
I don't think the awareness, thank you for that question. I don't think the awareness is there. When we did our research coming here, we did see that it was something that was tasked to the Director of Division of Personnel since 2016 to do rules and regs, and we did not have anything on file for that. So that is something that we are going to start to do. It is actually timely because we are right now updating the rules and regs for donated leave because the code still reflects of the donated leave program while it was still under the Department of Finance. So we're right now doing updates to that. So we'll just include rules and regs to cover this as well.
Excellent. I know I was just trying to gather or glean what the fundamental differences between some of the programs that your department administers, like the donated leave program. How would that interact with the caregiver leave program? Because there is, you can, as a government employee who is taking care of a loved one who is sick, there is that opportunity to utilize donated leave to, take care of that loved one. What do you see as being the distinct difference between the existing donated leave program and the caregiver leave program?
I think for me, it'll probably be the type of documentation that we would need to verify that the individuals are in fact a caregiver or has been designated as a caregiver. I think that would be the factor in once we sit down and go over the details. Also too, like what was just brought up, the fact you may have multiple dependents, similar to when you have a child in school and you're allowed to take the 2 hours, it's 2 hours per child. So that is something that we're going to have to take a look at and just, kind of make sure we provide the necessary guidance. Donated leave right now, and all of these leaves, it's a matter of balance. So even though you're accruing your sick leave and your annual leave, that's for you. But we're talking about a caregiver here. And right now, I can honestly say we probably see about 350 applications for donated leave on an annual basis, approving about $1.2 million in time.
Wow. Yeah, that's significant. Just finally, just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to know, are there any training, what sort of training resources will be necessary, I guess, for HR officers or government employees once the bill becomes law?
So we can definitely put out something to the employees. In addition to that, the Division of Personnel has an HR series that we do training for HR officers once a month. And it's actually recorded. So if you are unable to attend, it's accessible by all the HRs. And we usually see approximately about 90 individuals on those sessions.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senate President Potter. Ms. Sanders, I wanted to just discuss, give me some more details on the PCA, the personal care attendance for the seniors. You mentioned the goal, of course, is to keep the person that's receiving the care in their homes. How specifically do you help out with this?
The PCA program through the Department of Human Services is really an excellent program. There's other providers other than Continuum Care, but we hire individuals that have caregiving experience. We put them through skills competency. They have to go out with a registered nurse to be able to assert and understand, and we know that they're competent to be caregivers in the home. They go through didactic training. They have to take a skills test and a written test. And the thing that's really nice about this is we get a physician's order. We develop a plan of treatment. We put in an authorization with the Medicaid program. And when it's approved, we have a registered nurse do an assessment in the home of the function abilities of the individual, as well as the other support available in the household, available family members, and their conditions. And then we develop a care plan. We assign the personal care attendant, and usually it's been approved for 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, to assist with activities of daily living. And this really does give the family a break. But this is a program that's been in existence, I think about 3 years, maybe 4, through Human Services. It's really an excellent program.
So then this, because you mentioned that there's difficulty hiring competent and dependable caregivers. So I envision this as something like a part-time job or assignment that someone who retired, et cetera, may be interested in. What would they need to qualify?
If they have caregiving experience, we do a pretty in-depth interview to find out their abilities, because if you're going to entrust someone that you hire to go into the home for an elderly, you have to make sure that they are meeting the muster, so to speak. We do a criminal and sexual offenders background check, and we make sure that they're able to do bathing, using infection control measures, universal precautions. They know how to properly transfer an individual from bed to chair. A lot of those basic caregiving skills. Through Continuum Care, in the last year and a half, we've had over 300 applicants, and we've only been able to hire probably 20 or 25. Most of them work per diem or considered a casual worker, so they might do 3 to 4 hours a day. They might do 8 hours a day, but we try to make the best match of the caregiver we have with where they live on the island with the family that we're providing care for.
Okay, so this would be basically an area for someone who wants to give back to some elderly person and be able to earn a little part-time income in addition.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator Gittins, Vice President, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Thank you all for your testimony this morning. You know, Jamaican reggae artist Barrington Levy says it best. What we need is love. And I find myself talking about being compassionate for the last couple of weeks. And as leaders, that's what we need to show, compassion to the people that we serve, and especially to those that need that extra help. So as I review this Caregiver Leave Act, again, I too salute the bill sponsor as we brought this before. I can't remember in what legislature it was, but sometime back, and now he's amending it as we see the need. And as I look at this, I look at the whole act through fairness and dignity, because people shouldn't have to choose between their jobs and actually taking care of a loved one. Recognizing caregiving as a legitimate leave is about compassion. You know, compassion and fairness. I think I heard earlier discussions of determining who are caregivers. One of the things is that we could look at and use existing models through the FMLA, and even also implement simple verification, such as documentation from a medical provider confirming the need for care of these individuals and the employees' involvement being sufficient. But what I wanted to also ask of AARP, and before I do that, Ms. Sanders, how long have you been in business with Continuum Care?
Since the year 2000.
Since 2000.
26 years.
Yes. And I believe just about then, a little after, I was in contact with your office. And so I want to say 26 years later, again, I want to say thank you to you.
It's been my privilege.
Because I was very, very frustrated with this government that my grandmother, Virginia Maria Gittins Ferris, have put in so many years and sweat and blood in this community and wasn't able to get into Herbert Gregg home. And it was because of Continuum Care that I, as her caregiver, was able to get any type of assistance until her passing. So publicly, I want to say thank you to you and the Continuum Care team. But AARP, I think my good friend there, the secretary, spoke about the 3P program, the public-private partnership. Have the AARP looked into a 3P system to assist with a medical assisted living facility here in the territory? I know the bill sponsor spoke about a number of homes that we have here, but specifically to a medical assisted living facility. Have you looked into this at any time or having any talks?
That's an excellent question. I'd have to give that some more thought. And just by the way, one of the good senators during this hearing talked about a caregiving symposium, and I already sent message to my Associate State Director of Advocacy, Pamela Toussaint, that we will be planning that for next year. And that's where we would have to discuss a lot of these issues. Just off the cuff, what we do in AARP is never anything with direct care, but advocacy. And so we do advocate for the various levels of care across the country and even here in the Virgin Islands. And we do see that there's a lot of need here in this territory. And we do need to foster private-public partnerships between other organizations that do provide hands-on care to partner with the government of the Virgin Islands. And we see that there is also a need for a lot of incentives. Because as my friend Tracy Saunders can say or testify to, that when it comes to dealing with Medicare reimbursements, the margins are rather narrow. And so with the high cost of doing business here in the Virgin Islands, it becomes very difficult for private organizations. So there's a lot that we need to discuss with regard to forming, or at least to fostering, the formation of partnerships between private organizations and the government of the Virgin Islands.
So not to cut you off respectfully, because the time is going to run. So you haven't had any real in-depth conversation with regards to a 3P system yet?
Not yet, but that is forthcoming. Yes.
Understand. So I would like to encourage that at least to have that.
Very good. Thank you.
Division of Personnel, How does the department think that you'll ensure that all eligible employees are informed about their rights as caregivers? Do we even know through any data how many government employees are actually caregivers?
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. Thank you for that question. We do not have anything right now where we are gathering any data to identify the total number of caregivers. I guess it's something that we could start to track based on the amount of individuals utilizing this moving forward.
Yes, because I do think that this will be good data as we continue to enhance and better these legislation as we proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking forward to voting for this, not even once, but twice or three times if I can, to move this measure forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor and his team.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kenneth Gittins. Yes, I think that sentiment is shared by all of the senators present today. Madam Rules Chair, Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and also a pleasant good day to everyone. I really want to commend the bill sponsor. This is a very good bill. It's going to really help a lot of our government employees who are juggling not only caring for their loved one, but also they are juggling doing the government work, taking care of themselves and taking care of even their children. You know, there's a saying, once a man, twice a child. And it is so true if you are blessed and fortunate to have lived that time. And whether, you know, you are disabled or not, but this bill, I do want to ask some questions regarding how we are going to look at implementing it, because it is an appropriate bill. It's a very good bill. Ms. Richardson, I wanted to ask you, does the government afford our workers any flex or remote time so that they can work from home while caring for a parent or a child or loved one who may need care? Does the policy currently allows that?
Right now, you know, I would say on flex time, that is really based on an arrangement that is at the agency level. And I'll just give an example. There are some cases, for example, within the Division of Personnel, I can use my own department as an example. Individuals have requested, due to certain circumstances that they're dealing with, maybe to come in a half hour later or an hour later, and I do an approval of that based on their request. It's usually good for a year, and then we take a look at it at the end of the year because their circumstances may change. That is what I do. As far as remote work, you know, the governor has, since COVID, has asked for all individuals to come back to the workplace. There may be some circumstances that have maybe a prior approval or something that's in writing to accommodate that. I've also seen where donated leave, where on the certification, the doctor can indicate that, you know, while this person may be out, they can, based on their diagnosis, they can do remote work, but it's based on their individual job function.
Okay, that's good. And I'm hoping in your consideration with the rules and regulations, you will look into that. I could personally attest when I was taking care of my mother and she was terminally ill. The housing authority allowed me to, at time, work from home. I still had to do my responsibility and perform, but it allows me that flexibility to keep an eye on my mom. And then I had a minor child too. So it was a lot to take on. So I know when you're looking at it, to just take that into consideration as a possible solution too, because it may expand more than the 4 hours or 6 hours here, depending on what is occurring. Now, I also looked in the bill and I saw that it says primary who are primary caregivers. This is in section A, B. Similar to what some of my other colleagues have mentioned, in our family, we had structure, we had schedules, and so I wouldn't be the only person at all the time taking care, because I needed a break too, and we didn't have, at that time, a functioning care provider services here in the Virgin Islands. The PCA were not here, wasn't available then. That would have been in like 2016. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes.
I would like to continue my train
Yes,
of thought. Thank you. So I wanted to ask, when you're looking at primary caregiver, that definition, how would you be able to craft it? Because it could be multiple family members who are government employees. Would there be some concession with that?
Again, that is something that we'd have to really take a look at. You know, you can have situations where you may have multiple people as a caregiver, but I do think we would need some sort of verification from the doctor or the family in order for us to verify that. We have to be very clear and concise because we want to eliminate the abuse of this as well. So we are going to have to require some sort of documentation, and I think once we are setting up the rules and regs, we could establish what that would look like.
And I agree, and I know for sure, like when I was, for my daughters, when I was their parent going to school and everything, the schools would verify that you are actually there to monitor your children, and you take that information back to the office. I'm in full support and I'm hopeful that this bill will be moving out of this committee today. I'm not a voting member, but if I was, I would be voting in support of this measure. It's a very good measure. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Do I hear a motion? Amendment? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the bill sponsor, Senator Novel Francis. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick because there seems to be consensus in moving this bill forward. I just really want to thank the testifiers for all that they do, and certainly for their testimony this morning, as well as to thank my colleagues for their comments here. There is opportunity for us to continue to strengthen this legislation because caregiving is no joke. You know, there's a local physician that wrote a book here about it. It's really no joke, and we have much work to be done here in addressing our healthcare system, as well as to address the situation with our elderly. You know, there's a deadly disease that's going on around here that's called loneliness. We have a lot of our residents that's living by themselves, and they're bored to death. And certainly, where there's opportunity, we have to look at our social and civic organization and others really to support, going into these homes. We know that Human Services does some of that in terms of home care and other ways, but there's instances where we need volunteers and others to really partake in some of these activities. I encountered a story recently where a family member of mine had gone to visit a friend. And while doing so to deliver something, she was asked to assist that person with being able to take a shower. She wasn't able to take a shower because she had injured her hand. She actually had to take her into the shower, have a bathe, and this was a perfect stranger. Wow. So the family member felt a bit uncomfortable in doing it, but nonetheless, there was a need for it to be done. And so we have some real life situation here that's occurring. Who feels it knows it. This is a trifecta for me. I had to take care of, my mother became bedridden after serving as a public health nurse for 23 years. My father became bedridden and compromised as well. And then I had, certainly my wife had a catastrophic illness as well, where we had to take care of her. So this is a real life situation. It's personal. And whatever we could do, and there's so many others. 1 out of 4 I heard from testimonies and interaction of individuals that have to really take care, be caregivers. And we have to also be mindful. I heard this several times repeated here today, where we have to also take care of the caregivers. I know of instances where the caregivers because they left their health unattended, died before the individual that they were taking care of. So the story is real, and the situation is real. And 4 hours, yes, I'll admit, is just a drop in the bucket. We know that there is a lot more time that's spent there. There's a lot that is done before a person even leave home, and to make sure that their individual that they're taking care of is well suited until you're able to get back home. But it is a start. So certainly I thank you for your support on this. I know that you had some demographical information, Director Richardson, in regards to some of your government employees' eligibility for retirement, some of the numbers that you wanted to share with the committee.
Yes. In our discussion, as of August, we did a random poll of some of the years of service for our government employees, and we have at least 184 people with 35 years plus service, and individuals who are with 30 years and over, 467 individuals. Individuals with 28 to 30 years of service, 238, and individuals with 25 to 28. We have looking at about 251. So, we do have that aging population and those individuals who are looking to exit the government. So I just wanted to share some of that data.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I, too, want to thank the VI Continuum Care for all that they do. I call on her pretty often to support our community, and she always delivers, Tracy Sanders and her Dr. Herbert Sanders. Thank you for all that you do. AARP, oh my gosh. Again, thank you for your testimony here. And you're in the fight. We appreciate the work that you continue to do on the behalf of our elderly population, and whatever we can do, we try to move legislation to support being able to address that. There's a number of legislation that have been moved, some by myself, by my colleagues around the table, that have really moved legislation to support AARP and being able to address our colleagues who have our work cut out for us. Like I said, there's 10,000 Americans that become 65 on a daily basis. And after that, of course, it started to deteriorate. So the need for us to continue to be healthy, take care of ourselves, take care of our behavioral health, our physical health, our mental health is very important. And we'll continue with the fight that's required. Who feels it knows it. Yes. Thank you very much for your support, colleagues.
Thank you, Bill sponsor, Senator Nova Francis. Do I hear a motion? Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 36-599 to Bill number 36-0086, offered by Senator Nobel E. Francis, Jr. Bill number 36-0086, Section 1 is amended as follows. 1. Subsection A, line 9, after employee, insert, or who has been entrusted with or assumed responsibility for the care of an elder, as defined in Section 452K of Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, or a dependent adult, as defined in Section 452J of Title 34, Virgin Islands Code. And 2, strike subsection D. I so move.
Amendment.
Second.
Thank you. Amendment number 36-599 has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. No, I'm sorry, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Lorenzo Frederick, Senator Milton Potter. Hearing no objections, roll call. So ordered. Motion. Do I hear a motion? Motion. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move Bill number 36-0086 as amended, and Act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caregivers Leave Act, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36.
Second.
Bill number 36-0086 has been properly moved by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Novell Francis, Senator Lorenzo Frederick, Senator Kurt Vele, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Hubert L. Fredericks.
Yes.
Senator Fredericks, yes. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yea. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Heiliger, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yes. Senator Cord A. Vele. Yes. Senator Vele, yes. Mr. Chairman, 7 yea.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Bill number 36-0086, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 509B, the Caregivers League Act, as amended, has been voted on favorably by the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further review and consideration. Colleagues, we have another important meeting. We're going to have to recess, so we'll allow the testifiers to give 1 minute close. Director Richardson, it's so good to see you so relaxed. The last time you came before this committee. Well, Sir Popa. You may proceed.
I'd like to thank this body for the opportunity to testify today on Bill number 36-0086 that definitely supports the well-being of the workforce of the Virgin Islands. The Division of Personnel stands ready to do our due diligence in preparing the guidance necessary to move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ms. Tracy Sanders, and then we'll conclude with Troy Schuster.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning on this very important bill. The caregivers are really the backbone of any of us in healthcare and in the community. And without our caregivers, so many things would sink. Let me just put that straight out. For the 26 years I've been providing care, I realize the caregiver is the most difficult job in the world. When I present any kind of presentation or education, I usually do ask how many are a caregiver, and more than 2/3 will raise their hand. I do also want to thank the Department of Human Services, who for many years have had the Family Caregiver Support Group that lends support for caregivers. Also as well, I would like to make myself available as we educate our caregivers. Some years ago, I did a program, it's 8 hours, and it's called The Educated Caregivers. So I would like to let all of you know that Continuum Care is willing and able and ready to support this bill and support the caregivers in our community. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, President of Continuum of Care Home Health, Tracy Sanders. State Director Troy Schuster, AARP, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Senator Fonseca, for the opportunity to testify on this important piece of legislation. And special thanks to Senator Novell Francis and all of the members of this committee for supporting this bill. Again, special thanks to Senator Francis for sponsoring it. And today you are hereby supporting caregivers, which is so very assuring. And thanks to all of the senators of this legislature for always answering the call of AARP. We know that we can always count on you to be supportive of our aging population here in the Virgin Islands. During this hearing, loneliness was mentioned a couple of times, and there's some interesting research data that shows that loneliness and social isolation has the same negative physiological effects on the entire body as smoking 16 cigarettes each day. That is totally amazing. When I first heard that, I had a hard time believing it, but it is so true. It affects the heart, the entire circulatory, vascular system, the brain, the nervous system, everything. It affects the entire body. So those of you who have loved ones who are aging or even friends who are aging, spend some time with them. Help to alleviate that loneliness and social isolation. And again, thanks to all of the caregivers who provide so much care for their loved ones. And at AARP, we're always supporting caregivers. Every year we have a Caring for the Caregiver workshop. Is taking on a more expanded form in 2026. So we ask all caregivers to stay tuned in to AARP in the Virgin Islands by looking at our Facebook page, which is AARP Virgin Islands, to see when these workshops are coming up. And we look forward also to having or hosting the first Caregiver Symposium. Thank you, Senators, for giving us that idea. And we want to have you as part of that symposium also in 2026. So much more to say, so little time. Again, thanks to all of you and wishing all of you a very pleasant day.
And thank you, State Director Schuster. Before I release all the testifiers, Schuster, what is the age you can sign up for AARP? It's not 60, it's something a little earlier, right?
Yes, actually, one can become a member of AARP at the age of 18. We focus mostly on the 50-plus population because of our nonprofit charter and how that's written. But anybody can become a member of AARP at the age of 18 and start to receive certain benefits. Of course, the benefits increase the older you are. They increase at 50 and increase again at 65. So yes, anybody over the age of 18, please do become a member and stay close to us and work with us in our important advocacy. We need all of you as a community working together. We can make a great change.
Thank you, thank you. So testifiers, you're released from your testimony, and thank you for appearing before the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services. Stands in recess until 2:30. Good afternoon. The Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services is back on the record. We had a kind of an extensive break. There was a important meeting that the legislature had with the governor to become updated on several important matters and be prepared for the session that we have coming up on the 30th. So I wanted to, in continuing, I wanted to give some statistics with the cancer. There's a 5-year cancer study out, and about 400 Virgin Island residents are diagnosed with invasive cancer every year. And cancer is actually the second leading cause of death after cardiovascular disease. And unfortunately, about 125 Virgin Islands residents die from cancer every year. And in the details with the females, breast cancer is the leading cancer, followed by colon cancer, followed by uterus, corpus uteri, and followed by hematopoietic. We have Dr. Odlum here, he could correct me. And in males, prostate cancer is the number one cancer, followed by colon cancer, followed by lung and colon cancer. So when you combine all the data in the community, colon cancer is actually the most common cancer. So it's very important that you get your cancer diagnosis. This month is, breast cancer month. We discussed earlier in the meeting where the machine, the diagnostic machine for the breast cancer is malfunctioning. We just had some discussions, and I'm going to be moving on Thursday in the session for the Virgin Islands government to purchase a brand new female cancer diagnostic machine. It's about $439,000 or so. That's coming, and of course, also the Charlotte Kinnaman Cancer Center. It's nearing substantial completion. We hope by about February to have everything up and running in the Charlotte Kinnaman Cancer Center. So in Block 2, the committee will receive formal updates from the Virgin Islands Medical Examiners Board and the Dental Board regarding current operations, licensing issues, compliance, professional development, and any other recommendations for legislative or administrative support. Mr. Clerk, please read Block 2 into the record.
The committee will receive formal updates from the Medical, Dental, and Psychology Board of the Virgin Islands. Each board will provide a summary of current operations, challenges, and strategic objectives, including matters relating to licensing, compliance, professional development, and recommendation for legislative or administrative support to strengthen healthcare regulations across the territory. Invited testifiers: Mr. Trevor Connors, DDS, Chairman, Virgin Islands Dental Board; Ms. Ramona Mars, PhD, Chairperson, Board of U.S. Virgin Islands Psychology Examiners; and Dr. Frank Odlum, MD, Chairman, Virgin Islands Medical Examiners Board. That concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and welcome to the testifiers. We're going to start with a mic check. Dr. Odlum, how are you doing this afternoon? Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Khanna, welcome.
Well, thanks. Good afternoon.
Okay, awesome. So, Dr. Odlum, you may proceed with your testimony.
All right.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairman of the Committee on Health and Human
Recognize the mic of the testifiers.
Do I need to? Okay, that's better. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, Committee on non-committee members, and viewing and listening audience. Thank you for the opportunity to present a formal update on the operations, challenges, and strategic objectives of the Virgin Islands Board of Medical Examiners. Pursuant to Title III, Section 415 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Virgin Islands Board of Medical Examiners are comprised of 7 members, 4 physicians and 3 laypersons. Of the 4 physician members, 2 are appointed from the St. Thomas St. John District and 2 from the St. Croix District. The remaining 3 lay members are appointed, 1 each from each island, St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. All but 2 board members are serving on a holdover capacity as their terms expired in 2023, pending reappointment or replacement by the Honorable Governor. There are currently 2 public member vacancies, 1 member representing St. Thomas and the other representing St. John. The day-to-day operations of the board are administered by the Office of Professional Licensure and Health Planning, which employs 3 full-time staff members and is also responsible for the management of and oversight of 8 additional professional boards operating under the Department of Health. Like many boards locally and nationwide, the Virgin Islands Board of Medical Examiners faces a mix of successes, challenges, and evolving needs in today's healthcare landscape. The board remains committed to its mission of protecting the public and providing regulatory oversight for safe medical practice by licensed physicians and physicians' assistants in the territory. I'd like to start by outlining our key accomplishments, then address the challenges we've encountered, and conclude with an overview of our current needs. Accomplishments. The board's website, Virgin Islands Medical Board, or VImedicalBoard.org, was created and is fully operational. It includes a directory of all currently licensed physicians and physicians' assistants. All board members were provided government email addresses through the Bureau of Information Technology to reduce risks associated with record keeping, confidentiality, legal compliance, security breaches, and spam. Furthermore, all board meetings are now conducted via Microsoft Teams, which offers a secure, reliable platform for conducting official business while providing access to a range of useful technological tools. Virgin Islands Board of Medical Examiners collaborates with numerous inter- and intra-agencies to ensure compliance with best practices and industry standards. These agencies include the American Medical Association, the American Osteopathic Association, National Commission on Certification of Physician Assistants, the Federation of State Medical Boards, the DEA, Department of Licensing, Bureau of Information Technology, Office of Primary Care, and Department of Justice. Challenges. The board is interested in creating and participating in community outreach activities targeting providers and the public. These efforts would promote transparency and increase public awareness of current issues and emerging standards. Initiatives such as a newsletter for licensees and the broader community would be valuable but would require additional staff support. Collaboration within the broader healthcare sector is ongoing but could be better as we share common challenges and can network to share best solutions. Faster patient access to medicines, increased efficiency for regulatory authorities through shared work, and reduce barriers to trade and investment by aligning regulations. Collaboration across multiple regulatory boards can enhance communication, improve efficiency, strengthen decision-making, and reduce the cost of duplicative efforts. The principal difficulty lies in convening all stakeholders at the same time and staffing resources. Act 8456 allows the medical board to provide quorum for smaller boards unable to meet, ensuring continued operations such as licensure. The board successfully fulfilled this role for the boards of physical therapy, optometry, and podiatry. While the Virgin Islands Board of Medical Examiner is not a subject matter expert, it secured quorum and maintained service continuity. Consideration could be given to consolidating smaller boards into a single larger board to streamline processes and standardize governance. Virgin Islands Board of Medical Examiners continues collaboration with the Virgin Islands Police Department to satisfy the FBI's public law requirements necessary for obtaining an originating agency identifier number. Securing the ORI is the first step towards fulfilling the mandate that all initial licensees undergo an FBI criminal background check. Securing an ORI number is also essential as the board is trying to join the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, which offers a voluntary expedited pathway to licensure for qualified physicians. An interstate compact is a legal agreement among participating states that allows them to work closely together to address issues of mutual concern that cross state borders. There are currently 25 states participating in the compact. Having the FBI ORI is a prerequisite for joining the compact. The FBI has approved the drafted amendment to the language, and we are coordinating with Senator Francis's office to finalize this process. The needs. The board is appreciative of this opportunity to come before you to provide updates and, more importantly, to collaborate with the legislative body to resolve key challenges that will improve the board's function and access to services. We need to develop a local Administrative Procedures Act to govern and stabilize and standardize the operations of all of the professional boards under the Department of Health's umbrella. By establishing a uniform administrative procedures covering areas such as investigations, rulemaking, adjudications, complaint processing, and public and due process hearings, all boards can realize enhanced efficiency, consistency, quality control, legal compliance, transparency, and accountability. The board is awaiting the review and promulgation of draft rules and regulations submitted to support the Medical Practice Act. Dedicated legal resources are needed. The board seeks to implement online payment capabilities for a special account for application and license verification fees and fines. This would allow applicants the convenience of paying fees online, eliminating the need for mailing payments and reducing processing delays. In closing, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share this update on behalf of the Board of Medical Examiners. We take great pride in the progress we've made and remain committed to addressing the challenges before us. The board looks forward to working collaboratively to resolve the matters that fall within your authority and to receiving your guidance and support on those that extend beyond your purview. Thanks again for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide additional information as needed.
Thank you, Dr. Odlum. Dr. Khanna, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, Chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospitals and Human Services. Good afternoon also to committee and non-committee members and the viewing and listening audience. Thank you for the opportunity to present a formal update on the operations, challenges, and strategic objectives of the Virgin Islands Board of Dental Examiners. I have been asked to make a presentation with respect to the activities of the Virgin Islands Board of Dental Examiners, and it is my pleasure as Chairman to offer the following overview. Current operations. Board composition. The Virgin Islands Dental Board of Examiners is a 7-member body comprised of 3 dentists representing St. Thomas St. John District, 2 dentists representing St. Croix, and 1 dental hygienist and 1 lay member. The current members are Dr. Olutalu Delano, dentist, Dr. Chase Greep, dentist, Ms. Lauren Gewina, dental hygienist, and myself, Dr. Trevor Connor, dentist. I serve as chair of the board, and Ms. Gewina serves as secretary. I wish to take this opportunity to acknowledge the services of Dr. Donald Pomerantz St. Thomas and Dr. Stanford Fabio St. Croix, both of whom are now retired, for their valuable contributions and dedicated service to the board. Mrs. Deborah Richardson Peter serves as the Director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Health Planning, which oversees the board's daily operations. The board convenes board meetings, actually. The board convenes on a quarterly basis, holding its meetings virtually through the Microsoft Teams platform. During these sessions, the board undertakes the review and deliberation of license applications, complaints, and requests, in addition to addressing other regulatory matters within its purview. Decisions are rendered through majority consensus of members present. The meeting agenda is prepared by the Director of Office of Professional Licensure and Health Planning, PLHP, while the minutes are duly recorded and disseminated by the Secretary of the Board subsequent to each meeting. While the Board convenes on a quarterly basis, an electronic review mechanism has been established to facilitate the timely review and approval of licensure applications upon submission of all required documentation. This measure ensures the efficient administration of licensing functions and promotes uninterrupted access to professional dental services within the territory. Initial licensure applicants are afforded priority consideration to expedite their entry into practice. In the adjudication of complaints, licensees are granted due process, including the opportunity to review and respond to any allegations. Matters requiring legal interpretation or enforcement are referred to the Department of Justice for advisory opinion, prosecutorial guidance, or other appropriate action in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. Challenges. There are no particularly acute challenges to the operations of the board. However, there are 2 areas that require attention. 1, vacancies. The first challenge is that it's necessary for the legislature to fill the 2 vacant positions that currently exist on account of the retirement of 2 previous board members. Although a quorum still exists at this point for the board to be able to function, it does mean that the board's functions can be stalled if there are any challenges with the participation or of any one member. As such, this is one area that requires immediate attention. Number 2, dedicated legal representative. The second challenge is that from time to time the board does require the assistance of the Department of Justice as its legal representative to advise particularly in the area of licensure and complaints. The board believes that it would be beneficial if there could be a dedicated legal representative assigned to assist the board, which would facilitate complaints being addressed expeditiously. Strategic objectives. The board's ongoing activities and initiatives to uphold dental practice standards. The board's activities center around meetings for consideration of new applications, renewals, and complaints. In the Virgin Islands, each dental practitioner is required to renew their license every 2 years to ensure that dental practice standards are maintained. The board requires that each dental practitioner complete 30 hours of continuing education before renewal. In conjunction with upholding standards, the Virgin Islands Dental Board is a member of the American Board of Dental Examiners, ADEX, ADEX. ADEX is a body that approves and administers the licensure exams for dentists and dental hygienists. There has recently been a development where the body, ADEX, has merged with another to create a one umbrella examining body referred to as the American Board of Dental Examiners, ABDE. The Virgin Islands Board of Dental Examiners will be associated with this new organization and will be a full member of the American Board of Dental Examiners. Licensing and compliance procedures that are in effect. The board licensure period is biennial, starting 1st October on even-numbered years. The next renewal cycle starts 1st October 2026. The statistics for the territory show the following. 86 dentists renewed their license by 30th September 2024 deadline. 16 applicants for dentist licenses were approved since 1st October 2024, which is the start of the biennial licensure cycle. 43 dental hygienists renewed their license by 30th September 2024 deadline, and 14 new dental hygienist applications were approved since the start of the biennial licensure period. With respect to new applications, the board's review begins immediately upon receipt of the completed submission and includes a background check. Any red flags identified during this process are evaluated by the board in accordance with the Dental Practice Act.
Excuse me, Dr. Connor, if you could speak directly into the mic.
Turn it towards me.
Thank you.
With respect to new applicants, the board review begins immediately upon receipt of a completed submission and includes a background check. Any red flags identified during this process are evaluated by the board in accordance with the Dental Practice Act and the applicable rules and regulations before rendering a final decision. In relation to the renewal process, this has been successfully automated for the past 2 renewal cycles, allowing PLHP staff to review and approve license renewals efficiently. Plans are currently underway to extend this automation to the initial licensure process for dentists and dental hygienists. The process for renewals was successfully automated for the last 4 years, which is 2 renewal cycles. This platform allows PLHP staff to review and approve license renewals efficiently. Plans are on the way to automate the initial license application process for dentists and dental hygienists. In the area of complaints, when a complaint is submitted, the board first reviews it to determine its validity. Once deemed valid, a copy of the complaint is forwarded to the provider for review, response, and submission of supporting documentation. Decisions are made in accordance with best practices, the Dental Practice Act, and the applicable rules and regulations. The board gathers all necessary information to guide and inform its decision-making process. In case of uncertainty, matters are referred to the Department of Justice for legal guidance and resolution. Number 3, resources and legislative needs for effectiveness. As outlined previously in this presentation on current challenges, the board respectfully seeks the legislature's support in addressing 2 critical areas. As mentioned previously, priority should be given to filling 2 existing professional licensure vacancies, which is essential to the effective functioning of the board. Secondly, we would also respectfully seek the assignment of a designated legal representative to the board to provide timely legal guidance and support as circumstances require. Additionally, the draft rules and regulations prepared in 2016 were intended to modernize and strengthen the legal framework established by the 1996 rules and regulations governing the dental board. However, the 2016 draft was never finalized. The board now requires the assistance of a qualified legal expert to review the 2016 draft to ensure its continued relevance and adequacy and to facilitate its advancement through necessary legislative approval process. Number 4, plans for professional development, community outreach, and interagency collaboration within the broader healthcare sector. In the area of community outreach, the board collaborated with Dr. Ty Hunt Caesar, Chief Medical Officer, in a community outreach initiative conducted in 2024. The Department Health's Wellness Fair organized in partnership with the Department of Defense Innovative Readiness Training IRT program, facilitated the provision of dental services to members of the community. The selection criteria for patients was inclusive, allowing participation without requirement of identification or insurance verification. A total of 51 providers participated, primarily military dentists, and delivered care to a total of 5,036 patients. With the value of the services provided was approximately $801,270. Regrettably, due to fiscal constraints, the Department of Defense was unable to support the summer initiative this year and is not expected to do so in 2026. Nevertheless, the board remains committed to supporting Dr. Hunt Caesar in advancing future community-based dental health outreach initiatives. The board was also able to offer support to a community outreach program spearheaded by the Seventh-day Adventist Church in 2024 that focused on the provision of dental services to residents on St. Croix. The Professional Licensure Division successfully convened 2 intra-agency board conferences aimed at fostering collaboration among key stakeholders and addressing cross-cutting issues that are most effectively resolved through dialogue. The first conference, held in St. Thomas St. John District, was attended exclusively by board members and focused on internal coordination, procedural improvements, and strategic planning. The second conference expanded its scope to include representatives from the Office of the Governor, the Department of Justice, the Virgin Islands Legislature, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, thereby promising stronger interagency cooperation. Professional development. As it pertains to the area of professional development, I wish to highlight a long-standing initiative that I've championed for several years, even prior to my appointment to the board. I have shared with my fellow board members, and they have also recognized its value and potential impact. The initiative proposes the establishment of a dental hygiene training program to strengthen the territory's dental workforce, enhance quality of care, and expand access to oral health services. By providing locally accessible training, the program would support the retention of skilled professionals and contribute to long-term improvements in oral health. Dental hygiene is a vital component in elevating the quality of dental health care in the Virgin Islands and throughout the Caribbean. Drawing on my 30 years of experience as a practicing dentist in the Virgin Islands and neighboring territories, I have observed a persistent shortage of dental hygienists across the region. This shortage often requires dental practices to recruit professionals from the mainland to meet service demands. In my view, herein lies an opportunity, since I have seen considerable interest from local young people desiring to pursue careers in dental hygiene. However, the financial and logistical barriers associated with relocating for education often prevent them from following this path. Establishing a local dental hygiene program would address this workforce gap while delivering broad community benefits. Some of the benefits that this program would bring to the community include: 1, regular prophylactic care provided by dental hygienists will encourage the population to undergo routine dental evaluations, ideally at least twice per year. Early detection of oral health issues prevents minor problems from developing into more serious and ultimately more costly dental treatment. Dental hygienists assist the dentist in a critical role of identifying problems at the earliest stages. The hygienist is also able to support the dentist in educating the patient on the connection between oral health and overall well-being. Number 2, a reliable supply of trained hygienists would significantly enhance the oral health care of our community. Furthermore, early intervention through treatment and education helps to reduce the cost burden to public programs such as Medicaid, while at the same time improving long-term health outcomes. By strengthening the dental workforce and promoting preventative care, a local dental hygiene program would go a long way to uplifting the quality of health care in the territory. Number 3, the production of locally trained hygienists will not only reduce the burden of recruitment, but will encourage more of our young people to remain at home and serve their local communities. Our young people will also be attracted to the profession as a result of the presence of local role models with whom they can relate. This is currently not the case, as there are less than 0.5% of local Virgin Islands who are practicing hygienists in our territory. We are fortunate, number 4, we are fortunate to be able to have the University of the Virgin Islands on our shores. There are several academic programs that we could tap into to allow the territory and UVI to become a center of excellence for fostering a new path for job creation. The academic pathway to become a hygienist is approximately 2 years for an associate's degree and 4 years for a bachelor's degree. This new educational opportunity would allow the territory to uplift itself and train and service other Caribbean sisters and brothers, since there are only 2 other educational institutions in the Caribbean that provide this training. I am encouraged that Dr. George, the new president of the University of the Virgin Islands, has shown interest in the concept of a program of this nature, and together we will shortly be engaging in further discussions to see how this project can be advanced. Should the legislature consider this initiative as a priority, it would be transformational. It would be a transformational path in uplifting the health of our community while offering our young people a rewarding and sustainable career right here at home. Thank you for receiving me and for your attention. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Khanna, and thank you to both of you, doctors, for the continual care you've provided to the community over the years. Most people have heard your name. People always mention Dr. Odlum and Dr. Khanna, and not really seen that much, but you know, your services to the community are greatly, greatly appreciated. We did receive some testimony from the psychology board, but Dr. Moss did not present in person, but they do not have a full-time staff member. So obviously that board is something that we have to look into, because in their testimony they're mentioning that they need at least 1 staff member to handle the administrative functions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's good. So couple questions. I'll start with you first, Dr. Khanna. So to get licensed to practice, once the board have received all the credentials, documents, it's been submitted, how long does it take for the license to be approved?
It's done in real time, because as soon as the application package is completed, sorry, it's done in real time, because as soon as the application process is completed, the board, we meet on a regular basis. We meet quarterly, but we meet in real time. We do approvals in real time. So the only holdup would be how quickly the applicant can complete the application, and it happens in real time.
Okay, Dr. Odlum. So I'll ask you the same question. Once the board has received all the documentation, credentials, etc., how long does it take on average? I know there's some other things.
We meet quarterly. So it depends on when you submit your application. So if you submit your application 3 days before our meeting, you'll get it in 3 days. If you submit it the day after our meeting, you can get it in 3 months. Okay. We try to, if somebody has most of their things in but they're missing a couple of documents and we've met, we will go back and revisit that applicant, make sure that everything is good pending the completion. And so we don't have any long waits for applications anymore. Every 3 months we're approving upwards of 20 applications, if not more.
Awesome. So the medical school that's being constructed, completed at the university, well, the building is up, but it still lacks some stuff. What are the plans for experience, practicum, etc. Once the medical school, is there any discussion between the board and the university on how there'll be training provided?
During the planning time, they came and met with the medical staff and so on. That's going to be a pretty complex thing. We really, really look forward to it. I think it would be a great addition to our community. I would, oh my goodness, do anything to have that to be a reality. I think we have pretty good, there's not every subject matter for the medical students that they'll be able to get the appropriate amount of experience here. But the medical staff is at our hospital is very engaged with students. We do it on a regular basis with students from elsewhere. We have physician assistant students that come from the mainland all the time. We have surgical residents occasionally, and they all report, having a great experience. But until that, medical school gets off the ground, there won't be any formal type of discussions like that.
Okay, I got you. Dr. Khanna, so I notice, I know two dentists that have an office in St. Thomas. They also practice in St. Croix. What special criteria, license, etc., do you need to practice in St. Croix?
The same license. The Virgin Islands, the territory is the same license.
Okay, so if you have an office in St. Croix, you can open an office in St.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so Dr. Odlum, do you have operating rights in Wang Louis Hospital?
So privileges and licensure are very, very different things.
Okay.
So I've never applied for privileges at Juan Louis Hospital because I live on St. Thomas. But I have a license for the Virgin Islands. So if I picked up today and moved to St. Croix, or if I wanted to go over there one day a week to operate, I would just need to submit my application. So Joint Commission and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services require that the hospitals must do their credentialing
individually.
If we as one corporation, healthcare corporation, probably could come to an agreement that it's the same, but you have two separate medical staffs. So when I'm chief of surgery at the hospital, and for a surgeon to get recredentialed every 2 years or 3 years at our hospital, there's a certain amount of work that you have to do. Otherwise, as chief, what am I evaluating? In other words, just because you're Dr. X, you've been a great surgeon, if I haven't seen you perform in a 3-year period, I can't evaluate you, and therefore I cannot credential you. You see what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
So it wouldn't make sense to seek privileges on St. Croix if I am not planning to work there, and vice versa. But it's not a hurdle at all. In fact, like I said, if I wanted to, and we have a number of docs who do operate at both places. Some of our orthopedic surgeons from over here go to St. Croix. It's just a matter of application, and the same information. It's the same for licensure, for privileges, and so on.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to go to a round of 4 minutes, and we'll start with Senator Frederick, Senator Vice Chair. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, listening, viewing audience, my office, and central staff. I am honored to have the opportunity to speak to you, gentlemen. This is an area that I think we really need to spend some time diving into, credentialing in the Virgin Islands, because we get a lot of complaints. People complain about the hospitals, they complain about the medical providers. But at the same time, I would argue with anyone that we have some of the best professionals here. Some of the best professionals here. You guys could compete with other doctors across the globe. But because of the state of the hospital, I think you guys might have a somewhat of a misnomer that, well, you know what, the place doesn't look as modern, might not be as nice for whatever reason, it's not as good. But some of the procedures that I've seen done here, dental and medical, is incredible for what limited resources that are available. And you've saved lives, you've prevented a lot of debts. But we don't get credit for this. We just get the complaints. Dr. Odlum, you've been around for a long time. The community is indebted to you for your hard work and dedication. You didn't have to be here. You could have easily been anywhere else in the world too. They'll visit you away, but they'll have questions about you here. See, that's a community thing. But back to the issue about getting privileges to the hospital, because a lot of people don't understand. Yes, there's one corporation, one hospital corporation, 2 district boards. The territorial board is really the key board right now, operationally. And they control, that one board, territorial board, controls both hospitals. Mm-hmm. But yet, if you as a physician want to practice medicine, you have to get privileges separately from each one of the hospitals. I personally have asked Dr. Smith, Jerry Smith, who's the chairman of the board, is there any way we could do away with that rule? Because it makes no sense to me. It's like saying a pilot could fly from here to St. Croix, but once you get to St. Croix, you got to take a test to get relicensed to fly from St. Croix back to St. Thomas. That don't make any sense. So we could simplify some of the things we do, so that some of the physicians that are in St. Thomas could come to St. Croix and vice versa. It makes it easier for both sides. Yeah. We're talking about, Dr. Connor, you're talking about getting more hygienists. Well, we've got hygienists in St. Croix, right? Collectively, between the 2 districts, we probably have enough medical providers to take care of the population, right? But because of some of the internal rules we've got, it makes it more complicated. And maybe back then there was a reason for it, but today I think we should revisit some of those things. The delay in getting credentials for your license, thank God, at least the dental board is fully automated. Dr. Odlum, are you guys fully automated yet?
Not quite.
On the medical side?
Initial licensure automated is being automated. Renewals are fully automated. So I understand something from what you said. Licensure and credentialing are 2 entirely different things.
Correct.
So I'm licensed here. I can open an office on St. Croix, and I did for a little while. There's not a hurdle, there's not a thing other than getting on that flight. And that was probably the biggest thing for me. And so that's why I don't do it. But not because of a credentialing issue.
But you have no privilege at the Juan Louis Hospital.
I don't need them because I don't work over there. The minute I wanted to do a case in Juan Louis, I submit the app and I would have it. I guarantee.
How long would it take?
I don't know. Whatever their privileging time things. The board meets monthly, so it would be approved. But I hear what you're saying. It can be done to where we can have one credentialing thing. But understand that is a simplification of the issues. That is not the problem. That is not what stops another general surgeon from going to St. Croix or an internist or whatever, because we can get those privileges. It has to be something that you want to do. It needs to fit into your life. It needs to be lucrative. It needs to be a whole host of things. I had young kids, not anymore, who I picked them up after school. And so going to St. Croix, even 1 day a week, was very tough for me. I would get there and try to see 10 people within a couple of hours. That's not good. They weren't getting what they would get if they came to see me here. You know what I mean? Where I'm not rushing and so on. So for me, it didn't work. But we have other docs who go, I mean, every week they're on St. Croix. It works for them. So that's the thing. That's really the hurdle. Any hurdle that exists, I think the territorial board and the hospital administrations are very open to fixing that because it's better for us overall. We have Dr. Cintron is a GI on St. Croix. He's extremely busy. He does scopes on St. Thomas as well. And I mean, and that's been years. I don't even know if, I mean, yeah, it's not, that's not the hurdle. It's really not the hurdle.
Mr. Chair, thanks for the additional time for the response. And if we have a second round, I have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, a few months back, there was a crisis in the hospitals. Many doctors put pen to paper and they sent letters to St. Croix, the doctors on St. Croix, and also the doctors on St. Thomas. I think you signed, I think I saw it. You didn't sign it?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, you're independent board. Give us, the committee, an update on how is the hospitals now with those supplies, those issues, because we appropriated several $1 million. How are things now as opposed to before?
So I got to take off my board hat. I'm now talking to you as a practicing physician at the hospital. It's always a challenge. That's not going to change. But I got to give, we have an unbelievable team. We got in materials management, LaRue and Steve, and the CEO is constantly working with everyone to pay this person a little bit to keep things going. It is a constant juggle. We have an awesome team in the operating room that we keep in contact. I have a text chain that lets us know what things are low, and I let them know what things I need. I got a case next week, and they make it happen. So no, we do not have shelves upon shelves of supplies that, surplus. But there's not a case that I need to do that I can't do because of supplies. Okay, particularly if but I must communicate it. It gets, I would love that we don't need to do that. But that's our reality. Financing healthcare is a horrible, horrible thing.
So you don't have to postpone any surgeries due to lack of supplies in the hospital?
I personally have not had to. There are times, there are certain supplies that there's no substitute for it.
Okay.
And so if that vendor isn't paid and things like that, then no, you're not going to have that supply. Sometimes we can, like I said, there's alternatives. But in some procedures that we do, there is no alternative. So that has to be taken care of. If we know in advance, my OR director knows in advance, those things are ferreted out. My people in materials management, CEO Commission, they're aware. Somehow they make it happen. They make it happen.
So your overall grade then would be getting better, getting worse, or the same?
No, it's better. Oh yeah, and look, money it sounds horrible because we're talking about people's lives and healthcare and whatnot, but money is everything. Money is everything. You guys realize, and again, this is not a board hat. I'm now talking as a doc in the hospital. Anybody comes into that hospital and we give them the care that they need. Anybody, homeless, up to the President of the United States. They get the care that they need. A huge percentage of that population cannot pay for it and will not pay for it. right? But
Right.
they're still getting $1 million workups. They're still getting $1 million care. And when I say million, I'm not exaggerating it. Sometimes we have people in the hospital for 6 months. You know, they get discharged and go back to their bad habits, and they're right back in. And we get zero for that care. So now, when you start spending that kind of money, and there's no hopes of recouping it. No hopes of recouping it.
Yes.
So it's a rough one. Healthcare is unlike any other industry. If you go into Pueblo and you buy a bag of bread, or you go cost you less to buy a bag of bread, you still have to pay cash for it, right? So it's an equal playing field. Healthcare doesn't work that way. You can come in and get that bag of bread for free with us giving you a bill for it in hopes to maybe getting paid, but it doesn't happen. So I am impressed when our administration and materials folks and are able to still accomplish the things that we need to do. But I have private practice, so I know the difficulties. So I think I'm pretty understanding about it. But they work with you. We get it done.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Certainly, good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Odlum and Dr. Connor, for your testimony this afternoon and your update. Dr. Odlum, you've been doing this for quite some time. How long you've been a board chair?
I don't know. I'm being
Too long to remember, right?
Yeah, I'm being completely honest. I don't know. Dr. Watson was the chair before, and I think she was clapping as she handed it over to me, and it's been that way ever since.
How long have you been a physician?
I graduated from medical school in 1990.
1990?
1990, and I finished my residency in 1996 in June, and that same day of completing residency, I was on a plane coming to St. Thomas.
Yes. How much longer are you planning to do this?
Hopefully a while, as God's willing.
Yeah.
I love it. It doesn't feel like work to me.
Yeah.
Coming here as a testimony, this is work. But doing a case in the operating room doesn't feel like work. So I tell the staff in the OR and my colleagues, the minute they see me slipping, let me know. Pull me aside, be gentle, and let me know, and I'll go in my garden or something like that.
Okay. All right. I heard you describing the situation with my colleague in respect to, I guess, working between the district. How do you believe that we could close that loop? Because obviously our population is getting smaller. I think that the medical professionals throughout the region and beyond is in high demand, and the numbers are limited. How do we close the loop to ensure that we have some level of healthcare professional between both districts? Any suggestion how we could do that?
That's a great question, and I truly believe if we were one island, these 3, 4, all these little islands, if we were one big island, we would have one of those hospitals. We wouldn't have two.
Correct.
We probably, and I don't know how popular of a decision. Again, I'm not speaking from the board. This is me as doc. That 40 miles of water between us, that's the killer. There's no easy way to get back and forth.
Yeah.
But any hurdle that's there, we have two CEOs that at the two hospitals between Darlene and Commission that work really well together, I think, and are very open to anything. In fact, if I'm short on something, Steve, who is on our materials management, or LaRue, they get on the phone and they talk to St. Croix, and it comes over, and vice versa. So we work well in that way. It's really tough. If you have a patient that needs something right this minute, and it's 8 o'clock at night, that how is it going to come from St. Croix, or St. Croix needs it how is it going to come from St. Thomas?
Well, we got to find a way to close the loop because
we need a bridge.
I've had the territorial responsibility from 1997 in my capacity within the Virgin Islands Police Department. I was Territorial Chief of Police, Assistant Commissioner, and Commissioner. And I've had the responsibility to come over here. We've had to travel all 3 islands, sometime all 3 islands in one day. So I believe that is manageable. I mean, of course, everybody knows the hardship and what needs to be done. But I think that we truly need to devise a plan by which we're able to close that loop, because I think it'll be beneficial for all if we could really do that. But I'm not going to drill you much on that. Well, that's time already?
Time.
That was quick.
Mr. Chairman, I just... in regards to membership, how members do you have within the medical...
on the board?
Yes, the board. Well, not just the board, but you also maintain the membership of all of the physicians?
Yeah, I don't know that number off the top of my head, but if you look at the number of licensees in the territory, it's a lot.
Yes.
It's way more than that are here practicing. You know what I mean? Because even if you come in just for 3 weeks, you need a license.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of people who are licensed who are not actively practicing in the territory. I want to say the numbers in the 200s, number of licensees.
Yes. Yeah, we're interested in that number. If you could send it back to the chair, that would be helpful in our decision making and policy making moving forward. Real quickly, I wanted to just shift gear. So how would you describe the state of healthcare right now, Dr. Odlum?
Wow.
Without creating hysteria.
This is a big question because people have perception and it ain't reality. So we live on a rock. You understand? So you make comparisons of this rock with Cleveland Clinic, right? We can't compare it to Cleveland Clinic. You got to compare us to a small town, a similar population, similar demographic, and look at the specialties that that small town has compared to us. And I am happy to say, and you got to prove me wrong, I challenge them.
Yes.
They can't beat us. Because we have 40 miles of water between here and St. Croix and 40 miles of water between here and Puerto Rico, and God knows how many miles of water between here and Florida, we have an infectious disease specialist where a town of this size would not. We have a perinatologist. We have general surgeons. We have 4 here on St. Thomas, 3 or 4 on St. Croix. A town of that size, of let's say 100,000 people, they would not. We do vascular surgery, ENT. We have maxillofacial surgeon. We don't have interventional radiology, but we still do interventional radiology procedures. We had, hopefully soon again, interventional cardiology, where you'll be able to, you get a heart attack, you'll be able to get a cardiac catheterization. There is no hospital of our size that would have that. So when people ask me the state of it, we cannot be touched. To get licensed in the Virgin Islands, you must have completed a residency. You can't finish med school and do 1 year or 2 years like you would, let's say, in the state of Oklahoma, let's say. You don't even have to complete a full training. Don't even bother applying here if you haven't completed a residency. So when I compare us, if I've had surgery numerous times, where has my surgery been done? Here.
That's right.
Because I know what we got. You understand? Unfortunately, the grass is always greener, and we're never going to be able to down that. But the people who do stay, who have their care, the things that we can do, we can't be touched. I feel confident in that. Orthopedic surgery, I mean, you name it. Infectious disease, nephrology. We have people who come in who are supposedly, specialists in certain things, and they don't do what we do. And a lot of that came out of need, because I have a patient with a head injury and they're undocumented, right? They need a burr hole in their brain so that they don't die. that person, especially nowadays with Trump, and not even that, the cost of it, to get that person on a plane, that's $25,000-$35,000. They ain't going no place. So then myself or one of the other general surgeons is having to step outside of our comfort zone and do something, and the person walks out of the hospital alive. That don't happen no place. That ain't happening in no small hospital like us. And I challenge anybody to find it. I tell them that all the time. So when I get asked that question, I smile. And I'm like, I know what we got.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that passion, and thank you for saying what you have said. I believe that the Wanganui Hospital saved my life as well. So
absolutely.
I
and what's true for here is true with them.
Yes. Real quickly, let me just shift gear. Dr. Connor, let me say that I agree with you in terms of your comment or your assertion that we should be able to bill dental hygienists and dental assistant here at the university. I've had a bill for quite some time now to allow that to happen. However, there have been some challenges in us being able to get that going. So I think with your encouragement and like you say with Dr. George on board, hopefully we could manifest that in the very near future. Because when we look at the waiting list in the thousands of times to be able to see a dental hygienist, I think that is more than definitely needed there in that respect. So I totally agree with you on that. I had some additional questions. In terms of the dental hygienists that we do have on board, though, I think you said like about 43. You get that number?
The renewal. Yeah, I think it was 40.
Is that public or private? And what's the licensure variation or difference?
The license is the same. It's standard. Sorry. I was looking for the number. I think it was 43 I quoted.
43 dental hygienists renewed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said it's the same requirement?
Same requirement.
So where are these hygienists? Are they in the private industry? Because
they're licensed. I'm not sure if they're all located here. But we have people that move back and forth.
Between?
Or they maintain the license. Yeah. They don't necessarily live here, but they maintain the license. Okay. They keep the options open, in other words.
Very well. And if you could just answer the chair's time, what is the revenue? Is there a cost associated with the application process, the renewal process, and what is the kind of revenue that you're seeing coming into the board of dental hygienists or board of dentists that it then passed on to the government of the Virgin Islands?
In terms of the revenues generated from licensure?
Yes.
I would have to. I know Deborah would have to answer that question first, but yeah.
Debbie got stuck on St. Croix.
Yeah, she told me.
Yeah, because she would answer all of that stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Point of information, Senator Frederick, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Odlum, real quick, we talked about your preparedness on St. Thomas in terms of supplies. How are we doing with blood, plasma? How are we doing with oxygen? I know those are some key.
We have an oxygen generator on St. Thomas, as well as liquid oxygen. And the only reason I know this is because our facilities person just gave a report on it, so we're fine with that. Blood is a thing because it comes in from here. It's not produced here, but we have it. But we do have limitations on that. We're, again, in 29 years of being here and taking care of major trauma cases, people coming in getting blood, I've never ran out. So I don't know what that number is, but it's surprising. It's not a lot of blood transfusions that we have to give. I think people think that every time you go to surgery, somebody has to give blood. It's a rare thing. The vast majority of the times we have to give blood as an emergency, drop dead situations, gunshot wound, or ruptured aneurysm or something like that.
And then real quick, Dr. Connor, you spoke about legal, in your testimony, you spoke about having some legal assistance. Mm-hmm. In what capacity do you need a full-time legal person to help out? Or is it something that the department furnishes that you could utilize, or the Department of Justice?
Usually there's a staff member in the Department of Justice that would come to our aid if we need legal advice. But in order to expedite some of the matters, and when you have a complaint, I think it's a situation where we have to wait before we can pass the matter on to somebody to deal with it, to run with it, in other words.
So it would help expedite the
If
work
it was
that
a
you guys do.
dedicated person to it.
So we're all of the boards are run by the same office. So Deb is the person. And one of the things in my testimony I talked about is an Administrative Procedures Act. And I spoke to someone from the pharmacy board today. And that's the same thing. So if somebody comes in, if there's a complaint that comes in, what drives how you manage that complaint is your rules and regs. We all have promulgated, and thanks to you guys, our practice acts are there, but the rules and regs have to then be written, have to then be vetted, and then I think it's approved by government. It's a long process. Rules and regs are long. The AGs, they got other things to do. So a lot of us don't have promulgated rules and regs. And so one thing because the most important part of that is how do you deal with complaints? An Administrative Procedure Act. So somebody complains that Dr. Odlum did whatever. Well, you can't just arbitrarily enforce rules. So there should be a step, an investigation, the steps of the investigation, how you handle it basically. In bigger states that is driven, they're supported by the number of licensees that they have. They have attorneys that they pay for, that the board pays for. And they have administrative law judges, and also we don't have that. So we need a set administrative process that all of the boards could utilize. It doesn't make sense for me to, and then because it's the same physician assistants, pharmacy, physical therapy. We all are in the same. We're all in the same boat. We all need that information.
I think is it just Miss Pete still? Deborah Richardson Peterson? Just one?
There's 3 employees in that office.
It used to be 1 when I was Deputy Commissioner of Health. 1.
Yeah.
So she's grown to 3 times.
Yeah, and they need help tremendously. So Deb,
wow.
Yeah, I shut on the board if Deb is not there. I ain't gonna lie. Because people call me and say, "Oh, I went with my license." I can't physically produce it. You understand? We look at everything is done, and when it comes to the board members, it's just to review it. So that office, and that's just, you're talking medical, dental, pharmacy, physical therapy, even veterinary, podiatry, optometry, so it's nine boards. And then there's some boards, I think naturopathic board, there's legislation for naturopathic board, and I was probably in the 90s, that board was never created because you got maybe 1 or 2 naturopaths. So it's tough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the responses.
Thank you. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike.
Media, recognize the mic of Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Again to my colleagues, good afternoon. Again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Dr. Odlum and Dr. Connott, and thank you so much, number 1, for your testimony, and secondly, thank you for your service in terms of chairing the boards. It's important that, when you are in a profession and you have the expertise to give back in that way, and I must say, congratulations and continue to do what you do. Let me ask in respect to the testimonies. Let me start with you, Dr. Connors. You spoke to your testimony about challenges, and you said the first challenge that is necessary to for the legislature to fill 2 vacancies. That's up to the governor to send it down to us, because we haven't received that as yet. So I just wanted to clear the record with that. You also spoke to your testimony spoke to how many applications for dentist license were approved since October 1st of 2024, which was 16. Do you have any denials? Do you have any denials in terms of and what would cause someone to be denied, if that's the case?
Well, if they can't provide the proof...
Just speak into the mic.
If they can't provide the proof that they had passed the exam, or they can't fulfill all the requirements. The application is pretty comprehensive, and the application is dealt with by this PLHP office. So if it's not a complete application, it doesn't come to us. That saves us a lot of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a number in terms of denials? Average?
No. I would be guessing, but
Okay.
I know there are some denials. So.
Okay, very well. I want to really speak to dental hygiene, because that's critical in the territory, especially for folks who don't have any insurance. And you spoke to training and a reliable supply of trained hygienists who will significantly enhance the oral health care of our community. That's important. And you spoke to public outreach and support, and you spoke about a 7-day church in 2024 who focus on the provision of dental services on St. Croix. Are there any outreach into the island St. Thomas?
The only other, recently, well, we also mentioned the one with the Department of Defense.
Correct.
They had a program here, and it was a big program. They serviced about 5,000 patients. So they did a lot of work.
So you said we need to focus on promoting preventative care. How do we go about doing that, in your opinion?
Preventative care?
Yeah.
Well, preventative care. The reason why I mentioned that is because if you can increase the local workforce and get dental hygienists trained, they become a critical part in assisting the dentists in terms of education of the patients and making sure we keep in touch with those patients on a regular basis. Because you will find patients can get an appointment for cleaning and they wait for a year, 2 years, 3 years, they come back, they have a problem.
Okay, very well.
Yeah.
And Dr. Odlum, you also spoke when it came to challenges in terms of community outreach. And you spoke to targeting providers and the public. What type of activity are you speaking to in terms of your outreach services?
Well, again, the board is regulatory, so it would be to provide your providers with any updates and regulations which happen nationally.
Time.
Like the Federation of State Medical Boards, every year we go to that meeting, and it's amazing how things are rapidly changing. And so it would be nice to have a newsletter or something that you could send out to your members to let them know, like, what their board is up to, what's going on. But again, you need staff for that. I can't put that one on Deb's plate.
And you spoke to securing an ORI number, which is essential as the board is trying to join the interstate medical licensure compact, which Senator Francis is working on. Can you speak to the importance of that and what it means once you join forth in the territory?
So, you want to do a background check. So let's say somebody's applying to live in New Jersey, you do a criminal background check, and we're looking at Virgin Islands. They did no crime in the Virgin Islands. So it needs to be an FBI-based thing. But the FBI won't give you, they will not do it without that number. And we have, thank goodness we have a board member that's an attorney who's helped with that. And you write it, the legislature takes it up, passes it, and the FBI still say no, that some little word was wrong. And so it's a constant thing. It's ongoing, and I believe Deb told me it's Senator Francis that has it. And so it's important so that we can do the criminal background checks.
Okay, which is very important.
Yeah.
And finally, because I know my time was called, your collaboration within the broader healthcare sector, what does that look like, or what do you want to see in that space moving forward?
Well, I mean, we do it now, but it could always be better. So that collaboration, for example, nationally, Federation of State Medical Boards, a lot of there's a thing that we call primary care verification. I'm sorry, primary source verification. So I'm Dr. Odlum. I said, I went to the University of Oklahoma. I show you my diploma. Well, we know that nowadays you can make a beautiful diploma online, right? So we have to primarily source. When you have a small staff like we do, and you have so many applicants, you can't do that. So the Federation of State Medical Boards has a credentialing service, and they do all of that primary source verification. I don't know what grade you got in med school, you know? And so that's one of the collaborating things that we do. But collaboration locally, it'd be nice to be able to, from pharmacy, for example, if we have anybody who's writing prescriptions improperly. Luckily, we're small, so everybody kind of knows each other. So if it is happening, they pick up the phone and they call. But it's not like like a formal setup.
Very well. Well, again, I want to thank you for your service. I know both of you can work anywhere in the United States and do well, but you stayed here and you're vested in the community. I want to thank you personally for that, for being vested in our people also. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Dr. Khanna, a few years ago, the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital, they used to have the dental clinic down on the second floor when you come in from the back there. It closed down. Last year, we had the Army Corps of Engineers was here. They did, I think it was, I don't know, you probably have a number, but it was over 1,000 dental procedures. So how is the state of dentistry, especially for the underprivileged and the underinsured in our community?
I know that they have, I think most of the patients that are underinsured and that need that help, they go to the Eastern Clinic. And I think, I'm not sure what the reason was for closing the clinic at the hospital, but I thought it was a needed service. But I'm not sure if the Eastern Clinic is capable of handling all of that overflow, because there's a lot of...
So there's a shortfall?
I think there is. Yeah.
So what's happening? Those folks are just having cavities that are getting worse and worse, or?
So, well, no, there are patients that don't have the insurance and don't have the help, and they are referred by the Medicaid office. Well, first they go to the Eastern Clinic, and then the Eastern Clinic, if they can't handle them, they send them to the Medicaid office. We see some of those patients, but they have to be referred from the Eastern Clinic through the Medicaid office before we can see them.
Okay,
and we kind of filled some of that void there.
Because Dr. Odlum mentioned that if you're uninsured, you come to the hospital, they're going to treat you. You don't pay the bill, you come back, they're going to treat you, and on and on, and they're going to treat you forever. But if you need a dental and you're uninsured, they go to East End basically, and they can't treat the volume. So a lot of them are not being treated.
I think they're being treated. I think they have to be referred through the Medicaid program, and then the Medicaid program will see if there are any providers that would pick up the slack. They'll have to be referred.
But basically, that would be East End. How about the private? Because see, with the dentist, we don't have that in the hospital. We do have a hospital for the uninsured and the borders, et cetera, et cetera. So, what do you see as the need there to reopen the clinic or to compensate? How do we fix that? I'm getting the impression that there's a lot of underserved dental patients.
Good question. I think that there need to be more coordination with the Eastern Clinic Medicaid program and then other private providers. More private providers probably need to participate in treating those patients. Not all of the private providers will treat those referrals.
Yeah.
So that is a shortcoming. If they have more private providers willing to treat those patients, then you'll find that there won't be a problem, not along the sides. Because the patients will find a dentist, and then you get a referral, the Medicaid office or the Eastern Clinic would refer the patient. And those critical cases can be dealt with.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Dr. Odlum the same question because they have those ambulatory surgical centers, etc., on the medical side. Do you think those are, because they need to get a certificate of need that's approved by the Commissioner of Health, etc., etc. Do you see what are you seeing? What are the trends with the patients? Because I think you probably do more surgeries in the territory than any other physician in the whole of the Virgin Islands, probably, or close to you. I know you're in the top 10.
Yeah. So that you're asking again. This is not my board hat. This is a hat of the doc working at the hospital. I use that analogy that I gave you about buying a loaf of bread. Mm-hmm. So a private surgery center doesn't have to provide care to someone that cannot afford it, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So the hospital does. And so personally, I do all of my surgeries, private, public, Medicaid, non-pay. Every surgery that I do it at the hospital for that reason. Because I can't expect the hospital to have the supplies that I need for my expensive cases or those non-paying patients if I don't do the paying patients there. So that's a personal thing. So as it getting on this whole certificate of need thing, we're at a whole other conversation because I would have been like, no, there was no need. Not when there's 2 or 3 empty ORs in the hospital. It doesn't make sense. You divide the pie too much, nobody can get filled. Nobody's nourished. You understand what I mean?
Right.
And so ultimately what happens is that the private ones will ultimately, I hope not, but it'll ultimately fail or frequently fail because the pie is cut too thin. A hospital can't fail because if we do, people will die. So then we end up coming to the legislature and asking for money or going to the governor and and it gets annoying because you're like, I can't pay your own bills. Well, there's a reason. There's a reason why. There's a whole host of reasons why we can't pay the bills. I mean, I could talk for a long time. I mean, when you look at the payer mix. So Dr. Khan was talking about Medicaid. So I don't want people to come to the emergency room to be treated. That's not where they need to be. They need to come to the office. If they have a hernia, they go to East End. East End refers them to any one of the surgeons, and we see that patient. That patient has Medicaid, and we all take it, and we do the surgery, and you get paid. It won't be the same as if the person is Cigna or otherwise, but you get paid, and that service is given to that patient. So no patient like that will go unserved. Mm-hmm. But same patient comes in who's a government employee who has Cigna, you got to do the same thing. Because when you take that now and put it in one of the surgery centers, they're taking the cream.
Yes, and I've looked at it too, and some of those ambulatory surgical centers also receive tax benefits from the government EDC program. So they're getting benefits from the government. They're not paying taxes, and then they're selecting, well, not taking, the best patients they're operating on, they're doing the procedures.
Hey, look, you talk about shooting yourself in the foot, right? We have to come, when I say we, you're talking hospital, has to come to the central government for monies to support what we can't do, right?
Right.
So it behooves you, it's in your best interest that the hospital makes as much money as it can, because there's going to be less that you have to give to the hospital. Maybe you could give some to waste management, or you know what I mean? It is a vicious cycle. So then you say, well, private industry is what keeps the economy running, right? But you just said it. They have the way it keeps the economy running because you're paying taxes. Well, you ain't paying no taxes. So it's like, that's like the ultimate shot in the foot. And so you look at what the accounts payable is for the hospitals, and you start doing the math. How many years would we still have that accounts payable had all of the funds been coming? You know, it's a problem. It's not a popular opinion, so I'm not speaking for everybody, of course. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm just telling you, you know, how I feel about it.
Generally, do those physicians in the ambulatory, do they even bother to get credential for the hospital?
Definitely.
So they all credential in the hospital?
Yeah. These are good guys, man. I mean, you know,
They just don't do the procedure in the hospital.
They do a lot of procedures in the hospital, but they also do procedures in the surgery centers. And again, it's nothing illegal. It's we know. It's just for me, it just wasn't it's not a good move. We're too small. If the operating room was full and I was waiting a month to get a case on the schedule, then there is a need, right? That's what the certificate of need process is. Then there's a need. So you need more OR space. But that's not the case. The thing that limits our ability to do cases right now is not the space, it's anesthesia coverage. Anesthesia coverage. That's a whole other thing.
So since you mentioned it, I want to mention there's a push, the nurse practitioners. In many states, they have full prescription authority, et cetera, et cetera. Well, what is your position on that, the board's position?
Wow. So from again, medical board, I haven't had this discussion with the other board members, so I can't say what the overall official opinion of the board. But, and I don't know all the different advanced practice nurses, but let's talk about nurse anesthetists, because I'm a surgeon. Okay. I work with nurse anesthetists all the time. And they work independently in many states. In many states, they work independently. So I, as a practitioner, would not be opposed to an independent practice model for nurse practitioners. And in fact, I mean, you're on health committee, so you know the woes of trying to get the appropriate amount of anesthesia providers, anesthetists, anesthesiologists. It's tough. That's our biggest hurdle right now in being able to run 3 or 4 operating rooms at the time. We just don't have enough anesthesia providers. And so that would be one of the things to help to fix that problem. So that would, you talk about helping, that's a big one.
Okay, well, help is on the way because we was down at the university in the nursing program. We're talking to some of the major players there, and I actually do have a bill draft. It's going to come in. We're going to need your testimony because if I didn't even realize the need was that great.
It's tremendous.
For the nurse anesthesiologist.
The nurse anesthetist is tremendous, and they're PhD trained now. I mean, most of them are master's level, but I think maybe 2 years ago forward, I think they're PhD trained. I mean, so we have some great nurse anesthetists at the hospital right now. Oh my goodness. You know, so even before, we've always had great nurse anesthetists, you know, and I'm very, like the times when I've had surgery as a nurse anesthetist that, with the anesthesiologist, that put me to sleep and woke me up.
Okay, and Dr. Connor, you said the dental hygienist is a real needed position here in the Virgin Islands.
It is a real need, one that's really critical need.
Okay.
And we have the ability to train them if we embrace a program.
Okay, I don't see Senator Gittins on St. Croix. Senator Lorenzo Frederick, you're recognized for your point of information.
Point of information. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question to both doctors, Dr. Connor, Dr. Odlum, whenever the board is presented a case of misconduct or professional misconduct, how long does it typically takes to clarify the matter? Because I've had that issue asked to me, and I had no idea. So I said, anytime I have the opportunity, I'll ask. But apparently, there's some members on the board that's had issues in the past, So typically, if you're presented with a case, how long could a reasonable length of time be? What do you think that someone could expect the matter to be cleared up if a patient came and complained and said someone did something improper, unprofessional, whatever? How long do you think it'll take for that issue to be resolved by the board?
Well, the first steps would be to gather information from the provider, from the licensee, the dentist in this case, who the complaint is made against, and they would have to provide information. The board would request this information based on the original complaint. So we might ask for x-rays, we might ask for other things like that. So we can meet and decide if this is something that we can handle or if it's something we need to refer to legal. But if it's something that we can handle, usually within the one meeting cycle, we can make a decision on it, because we will gather the information, and then when we meet again next quarter, we meet every 3 months, we could literally make a decision on that. If we need to refer that case to legal, then it would take even longer.
Is there any temporary suspension done in the meantime while the due diligence is being done?
Depends on the complaint.
Exactly.
Yes, because not every complaint is going to raise to that level. So you may have somebody complain because they feel that the doctor inappropriately billed them, let's say. And financing healthcare is probably the most confusing thing. So most times, that's not the case. But let's say, and I'm just using this as an example, a sexual inappropriate encounter, that's a serious thing. Or you think the doctor was drunk, serious thing. You know what I mean? So it just really depends on the level of the complaint. Thank God we haven't had any complaints of that level anytime recent, but it can take years because so law and medicine don't mix very well. Because law, you have a meeting and you say, okay, we're going to take this in advisement, and then in 3 months you come back, and whereas medicine is like, it happens yesterday. We want it to happen now, and it doesn't work that way. So we've had cases that took up to 5 years before it was completely adjudicated.
Okay, so that would be correct. Someone told me it took years, and I said,
it takes years. Years.
Just to figure out,
Yeah, and you can summarily suspend. So in that case, it was a really bad outcome. You do a summary suspension, the person goes to court and gets a restraining order placed on you, and succeed. And a big reason is because of the Administrative Procedures Act. Because we didn't have written rules promulgating how we're to manage those things. And so it's an easy thing. The courts are always going to lean on the side of the provider because this is his or her livelihood. And so they'll usually win those restraining orders, and so you got to go through court, and it takes years. And these are volunteer boards. We ain't getting paid for this. It just, and it's not personal. This is all about protection of the public. So you want to do these things. So that Administrative Procedures Act, something of that nature that could be used by all of the boards, will be that's something legislatively that can be done.
Would it apply to every
board?
Okay, every single board.
Yeah.
Same process that you'd have to follow.
Exactly. Okay. And it would be a promulgated rule or act that is law, right? So there's not something that we're making up. Like I say, okay, we're going to have a hearing in 30 days. 30 days seems like an appropriate amount of time that they're alerted of it, and what the consequences can be, et cetera, et cetera. Somebody might come back and say, oh, I didn't have adequate time. Well, that's arbitrary. If it's in your act that says what the lead time is, and it is law, then there's no argument in that regard. Dr. Connor would have to follow the same rules as I would have to follow the same rules. Nursing board would have to follow the same rules. All of us are in the same boat. We don't have the administrative rules as it pertains to discipline. We still do it. We still have mandate to do it. We have laws that state that you can revoke or suspend or whatever, but it doesn't spell out the way it is to be done. And so
which is why you said it applies to every board, but to me it would seem like it would be different somewhat. No,
because the complaint is the same. So what you would do, you would refer in everybody's act. So in medical board, if you go to the VI code, you got Title 27, medical title, Section 1, subsection 1. You'd state that for administrative, things, refer to the Virgin Islands Administrative Procedures Act, and same thing for dental. Everybody would refer back to that act. That would say, in the event of a complaint, this is what you do, right? And then the level of discipline that it can be, and it'll tell you what the timeline is and so on and so forth, and the appeals processes and things like that. Because right now we're accused of being judge and jury. I ain't trying to be no judge or prosecuting. I mean, this is not, it's not about that. But if I'm doing the investigation and then I'm still expected to be the one to met the punishment, that doesn't seem right. That takes away some, the due process rights. But we're small, so we don't have administrative law judges and where you have a huge 15-member board and you have 3 that do the investigation and it's separate from we have a board with 5 people on it, or like your board, it's small. So you're always going to be accused of that. So the better it's spelled out is the better chance we have. And people are still going to sue. They're still going to try to get a restraining order on you imposing your thing, but it's going to be less, it's going to be better. It protects the board members too.
Wow, I can't imagine. Thank you, Senator Frederick. I can't imagine someone would try to get a restraining order.
It happens. Easy. They're going to get it every time. Every time. I've been doing this a while, and I'll see it, and I'm telling them it's not going to work. They'll get a restraining order. Every single time they're going to get it. And because now you have the burden to say, well, why this person, what they're doing is dangerous. You understand what I mean?
Right, yeah. Wow. So, Dr. Khanna, if you could, my office is going to be in contact with you. If you can get 2 names for the board, I think we'll be able to facilitate that. I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for coming today. Your testimony was, real informative. I'm not going to ask you the couple questions I got here about cockroaches and blankets and stuff, and I'm not going to ask you those because I know you're the board perspective. But so we're going to allow you to give a 1-minute closing. We'll start with you, Dr. Khanna.
Well, I feel fortunate to be able to come here and testify. One of my special interest areas is dental hygiene, and that's why I took an opportunity also to bring it up. And I think if the legislature can latch onto that idea along with UVI, and we can make something happen. I think that would be something that would benefit the youth, young people looking for career paths that they would like to follow, can stay here, get adequate training, and have a career without having to go and go off to the mainland and spend money that they don't have and still provide a service. So I think that's one of my special projects that I'd like to see happen.
And thank you for your service. We really appreciate, I know the community really appreciates what you do. Dr. Odlum?
All right, again, thank you for even inviting us down to discuss the status of the boards and the questions of nice conversation. I'm always willing to talk about those things, anything that's going to improve healthcare and the delivery of it in the territory. My parting thing would be, one, again, an Administrative Procedure Act that we can all use, all of the boards. That would be a big one. And my personal plug for anything that can, for the nurse anesthetist. So you do those two things, and this whole thing would have been quite worth the afternoon.
Yes, we have the bill, so I'm looking at my researcher there. We have the bill, so we'll be in contact with you, and thank you for your testimony. Today in Block 1, the committee received testimony on Bill number 36-0086, which is the Caregivers Leave Act. And for the community, a caregiver is someone that gives the primary care of a seriously ill person. It could be the spouse, a parent, a child, or any individual who is legally dependent on that person. And this act would give up to 4 hours leave, administrative leave, each month to perform the caregiving duties. And that bill was approved unanimously by all 7 members of the committee, and it was forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further vetting. We also would like to remind everyone that we have a commitment. I spoke to the governor today. We have a commitment. We're going to be getting the new mammograph machine, a 3D scanner machine, because right now the machine is inoperable. So we have the Charlotte Kinnelman Cancer Center is going to be substantially completed within a few months. We hope it to be fully operational early in the new year, and we wanted to make sure that it's fully equipped. So as we conclude today's hearing of the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to all my colleagues, to the invited testifiers, the central staff, and my team for their thoughtful contributions and diligent efforts throughout the day's proceeding. I also thank the listening and the viewing public for staying engaged in the issues that impact the health and well-being of our community. And with that, the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services stands adjourned.